Visit BotoxChronicMigraine.com or call 1-800-44-BOTOX to learn more.
Now you can find out who's under the helmet and behind the jersey with the Root and Report Athlete Profile. High school sports are made great by the student athletes who play them. Check out the High School Athlete Profile, sponsored by BMW of Darien at therootandreport.com.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Special Report. Breaking news at this hour, CBS's Mugo Adigwe.
A deadly explosion at an L.A. County Sheriff's Department training facility. We've learned 3 deputies were killed, and that is coming from Attorney General Pam Bondi as she expressed condolences for those deaths.
There's no word on what caused it, though Bondi said investigators are at the site and working to determine what happened. Reporter Mark Liu.
There are people entering, but also people leaving these vehicles, most of them telling our crew on the ground that they're being evacuated from this facility.
Governor Newsom says his office is closely monitoring the situation. Steve Gregory of KNX has more details.
There were members of the L.A. County Sheriff's Department's bomb squad, and they're members of what they call the Special Enforcement Bureau, or SEB for short, that were perhaps moving some explosives. Now, I'm not clear whether it is kind of a training situation or whether they were just moving things around. It's not clear at this point.
CBS News Special Report. I'm Cammie McCormick.
With everything that's happening around Connecticut, we know you have more to say than ever before. That's why our phone lines are always open at 203-333-WICC. Talk to your local leaders directly or tell us what's happening in your neighborhood. 203-333-WICC. From Alyssa in the Morning to the Lisa Wexler Show to Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli. It's always 203-333-WICC. And have your voice on the voice of Connecticut.
The Connecticut Lottery reminds you that gambling can be a fun form of entertainment, but it's not risk-free. So it's important to play responsibly. Make sure you understand how the games work. Know the odds, set time limits, and take breaks. To find out more, visit ctlottery.org or responsibleplayct.org. Must be 18 or older to purchase lottery and 21 or older to place sports wagers. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org.
Connecticut Paid Leave, making time for life's most important moments.
To recover from illness or injury.
To give your employees peace of mind.
To welcome home an active duty service member.
To help a loved one get better.
To get help for your mental health.
To welcome a new addition to your family.
To leave an unsafe home.
Learn more about accessing the benefits of Connecticut Paid Leave. Visit ctpaidleave.org.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Weather update.
Sunny, not as hot and less humid through this afternoon with a high in the low 80s. Clear this evening and overnight with a low in the mid-60s. Sunny and warm tomorrow with a high in the low 80s with an isolated shower or thunderstorm in the afternoon. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to The Download on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Now, another in-depth interview with Lisa Wexler.
We're back with Dr. David Olson, brilliant PhD from UC Davis, who's a neurochemist who has told us that for conditions like schizophrenia, deep depression, bipolar disorder, that Dr. Olson, that you found that a part of our prefrontal cortex actually shrinks. It's shriveling and biologically doesn't look the same as normal brains, right?
That's right.
And so JRT, which is a non-hallucinogenic cousin of LSD that you created in the lab by changing the tires on the molecule of LSD and now calling it JRT, you're saying to us, holy cow, this new molecule can, unshrivel the brain? What is it doing to the brain?
Yeah, it actually promotes the growth of those key neurons in the prefrontal cortex, but it does this without producing the hallmark hallucinogenic effects of a molecule like LSD.
And how do you know that? How do you know that?
Well, there's a few ways we tested this. But first, I kind of want to emphasize where it came from, because we were talking about how LSD kind of comes from the natural product. And so this would be like if somebody bought a can of tomato sauce and just added some garlic to it, that's basically how you make LSD. But JRT is like making tomato sauce from scratch. We have to chop up our own onions and tomatoes. And so it was a really, a series of talented graduate students who worked on this. But the reason it's called JRT is because it was named after the graduate student who ultimately synthesized it, Jeremy R. Tuck. So that's where the name comes from.
Congratulations, Jeremy. Good for you. Wow.
So after, Jeremy's really hard work to make this molecule, we tested it in a variety of different pharmacological assays. And the first thing that we noticed, the difference between LSD, was really in the promiscuity of the drug. So LSD binds to many, many, many different neuroreceptors, serotonin receptors and adrenergic receptors and dopamine receptors, et cetera, et cetera. JRT is much more selective.
That's much better because that's why LSD is so scary. Like I would never take LSD. I would be afraid of scrambling my brain forever.
Binding to a lot of receptors doesn't necessarily have to be a bad thing. Some drugs that do that are extremely effective, but it can lead to some off-target side effects that are unwanted. So the increased selectivity of JRT is helpful. Mm-hmm. Now, there's a particular serotonin receptor. It's called the serotonin 2A receptor. This receptor mediates both the hallucinogenic effects of psychedelics, but also the neuroplasticity promoting effects. And what we found is that it really has to do with how much you turn on this receptor. And the way I like to describe receptors is with an analogy to like a faucet. And so, full activators like LSD, they turn on the faucet really, really high. The water's pouring out. Maybe it's coming out so fast that like the sink overflows. Whereas compounds like JRT, these are partial activators of that receptor. So they turn on the faucet, water is trickling, but it's only coming out at a trickle. So maybe you can fill up a cup or you can use it to brush your teeth, but you're not at risk of overflowing the basin. And so that was a really key discovery, that it was this partial activator of this particular serotonin receptor. Now, after we found that, we then started testing it in a variety of these assays relevant to the therapeutic effects in a condition like schizophrenia and also any potential adverse effects to make sure that it doesn't produce, LSD-like hallucinogenic.
Craziness. So do you test it first in mice? What do you test it first in?
So we start with cells. So the first thing we do is we take neurons in a dish, and we treated them with JRT, and we actually compared the results with LSD and a molecule that's used in the schizophrenia world a lot called clozapine. Now, clozapine is probably the most, effective antipsychotic that we know of. Everyone realizes, the clinicians realize that clozapine has something kind of magical to it. Like, no one really quite understands why it's so much better than everything else. But there's been a hypothesis that the reason that clozapine is so effective is because it promotes the growth of these key cortical neurons. That turns out to be true. Clozapine does promote the growth of those neurons. The reason it's not used all the time is because it binds to many, many other receptors that can cause these off-target side effects. And it has a pretty challenging side effect profile, which results in it only being prescribed for like treatment-resistant patients. It's kind of like the last line of defense.
I know, it's a shame because these people have to have blood tests every week or every month, and it becomes a more intrusive therapy than other therapies. It's pain in the neck for them.
That's right.
I know.
And so when we compared, JRT to clozapine head to head, we found that JRT was superior. It was better at promoting the growth of these neurons. It was comparable to LSD and maybe even a little better than LSD. And then we actually looked, at the brains of rodents, and we found that it can produce this effect in vivo as well, which is very important. So after we knew that it can promote the growth, now we can look at, certain behavioral effects. So there's some, kind of standard telltale signs, that a rodent has been given a psychedelic drug. They have some characteristic behaviors that, subside after a few minutes, but you can measure them pretty easily.
We're talking
JRT
to
didn't
Dr.
produce.
David Olson about a new drug that he has created and invented that has tremendous promise of helping people with schizophrenia and other ailments. Go ahead, doctor. Sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
Yep. No problem. And so JRT did not produce any of the telltale signs of, hallucinogenic potential. So the next step, now that we know that it's safer and it can still promote the growth of these key neurons, we wanted to see, could it affect the positive, negative, and cognitive domains of schizophrenia? And we found that, for the positive symptoms, it does have some effect, not unlike some of the antipsychotics that are currently on the market. But the area that JRT really shined was in the negative and the cognitive domains. Remember that these are the areas of schizophrenia that are not well treated right now.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And so we ran a variety of tests to look at anhedonia and in other tests related to depression. And some of them have been back translated from humans. And so these are basically a test you can do in a human, and then you can do basically the analogous test in a rodent. And when we perform those, we find that JRT has a very profound effect on depression symptoms.
All right,
Very
so Dr.
antidepressant
Olson,
content.
we're going to run out of time. My audience was asking me already. Number one, for somebody they love, is there a clinical trial? How close are you to being able to experiment on this on humans if they want to submit to this treatment?
Yeah, unfortunately, it takes a long time to do drug discovery. There's a lot of things that have to be done before a drug is ready for human clinical trials. And so while JRT is getting a lot closer, it hasn't entered clinical trials yet. I'm hopeful that it could enter trials in the next, year or two.
Okay. Okay. So not 10 years away. Not 10 years away.
But that's just the first step in the journey. So when a drug enters clinical trials, the first thing that happens is you have to test it for safety in humans before you test it in a patient population. So it goes through phase 1, then phase 2, then phase 3, before it's eventually approved for human use. That's a long road. And
that
so,
I know. And it's $1 billion. I'm aware. I know. It's a lot of money.
That's right.
I know. But still, it gives people hope. You need to give people hope.
The short answer is JRT could be in the clinic in the short term soon. It would probably be another 10 years or so, or even more, before it would be approved for human use.
But if people wanted to be in the clinic or be part of a clinical trial, should they write you? Should they stay in touch with you? How could they sign up for something like that?
That's a good question. So, clinical trials are run by the companies that support them, and so it's not something that the university typically does. We might do an investigator trial now and then. For those, I would encourage people to sign up for the newsletter for the Institute for Psychedelics and Neurotherapeutics at UC Davis. Some information about those would come out there. It'll also have other information about cutting-edge research that's going on at UC Davis. And then I would keep your eye out on clinicaltrials.gov for anything that's been posted in the United States.
Dr. Olson, before I let you go, I have a question from a listener. Can I please ask you about something called ibogaine? What's ibogaine? ibogaine.
Sure.
What is that? And you got only 1 minute. I don't know what it is. Go ahead. Yeah.
Ibogaine is a natural product. A lot of people are getting interested in it because there was a Texas initiative to try to fund ibogaine research. It's shown very promising effects for addiction and traumatic brain injury. It's very similar to LSD in that it promotes the growth of these cortical neurons. And actually, the first example of a non-hallucinogenic psychedelic analog with therapeutic potential was a molecule that we created called TBG, or tabernanthalog, which is similar to ibogaine.
Dr. Olson, what a privilege to talk with you. Thank you so much for sharing your expertise, and we really are so appreciative of the work that you're doing with your life. Thank you so much. Dr. David Olson on The Lisa Wexler Show.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Weather update.
Sunny, not as hot and less humid through this afternoon with a high in the low 80s. Clear this evening and overnight with a low in the mid-60s. Sunny and warm tomorrow with a high in the low 80s with an isolated shower or thunderstorm in the afternoon. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Now, let's take a look back with Norman. Let's hear what happened today in WICC history.
It's July 18th. Is it considered a sandwich? It's National Hot Dog Day. In 1986, the sci-fi thriller Aliens was #1 at the box office.
Just tell me one thing, Burke. You're going out there to destroy them, not to bring back, but to wipe them out. That's the plan.
In 2001, Nickelodeon's series The Rugrats celebrated its 10th anniversary. In 2008, Billy Joel performed the last show ever at Shea Stadium with special guest Paul McCartney.
So cool to be back here on the last night. Came here a long time ago and we had a blast that night, and we're having another one tonight.
July 18th.
That was today in WICC history. Every day just before 2 on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9. You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9. WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Linda Kenyon. An explosion at the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department training facility has killed at least 3 people. It happened in a parking lot filled with sheriff patrol cars and box trucks. KNX Radio's Steve Gregory has details.
Sources are telling KNX News that around 7:30 this morning, explosives that were stored in a specially locked truck. Now, these were ordnance, and that means usually some sort of weaponry, some sort of explosives used in military or demolition, but that ordnance was being stored in a specially locked truck, and members of the elite bomb squad were moving that ordnance when it exploded.
The Education Department has agreed to release some frozen grants for after-school programs. CBS's Stacey Lynn reports.
The Trump administration had withheld over $6 billion in grants, including $1.3 billion for after-school programs as part of a spending review. 10 Republican senators pushed for the funds to be released, emphasizing that they have bipartisan support and are vital to local communities.
One of the Senate's top Democrats, Senator Richard Durbin, says passage of the rescissions package on Capitol Hill further emboldens President Trump when it comes to cutting programs and spending he doesn't like.
Is it possible to embolden Donald Trump? I think by his nature he is bold and sometimes reckless, and I think this was a reckless decision.
President Trump plans to sign the rescissions bill this afternoon. The president has asked his attorney general to get authorization from the court to release grand jury testimony in the Jeffrey Epstein case. CBS's Natalie Brand has the latest.
I've never seen this type of request before.
Mitchell Epner, a former federal prosecutor, says a judge will make the final decision and the request could take months or more. And it's unclear how much of what the DOJ has it will seek to release.
It could be very broad, but it is not, and it is certainly far from everything that they could make public.
The push to release all Epstein files has divided Republicans after the DOJ issued a memo this month saying Epstein did not have an incriminating client list.
The push also comes as President Trump is threatening to sue the Wall Street Journal over reports that the president allegedly sent a bawdy letter to Epstein for his 50th birthday. Police in Maine say they have charged a 17-year-old with murder in the killing of a paddleboarder who went missing on a rural pond. Area residents are relieved.
Frightening, just frightening, and I'm delighted that there's been an arrest. There was all kinds of rumors circulating about the New England serial killer.
The body of 48-year-old Sunshine Stewart of Tennants Harbor, Maine, was found earlier this month on Crawford Pond. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. We offer auto, home, and commercial auto insurance, plus a variety of business insurance options. Visit Progressive.com today.
William is one of millions of Americans who uses GoodRx to save on the cost of their prescriptions.
My oldest daughter, Camilla, 2 days old, she had to have open heart surgery. All of a sudden, she's on 5 different medications. It adds up at the end of the month. Me and the pharmacist got so tight. She said, GoodRx save you a lot of money. Saving that extra $200-300 a month. We're able to do all these extra activities, so it puts less stress on our household, and it puts less stress on our pockets.
Download the free app or visit GoodRx.com and start saving today. GoodRx user compensated for their time. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance.
You're not at your house. You're at a lavish seaside estate. You're not walking the dog. You're hunting for clues in an Agatha Christie mystery. See it differently with BritBox. Stream an endlessly entertaining collection of British TV, including new original series, Ludwig, starring David Mitchell.
Bit awkward, really. I think I might just have solved a murder.
And Outrageous, a scandalous true story.
Seems there's a political extremist in every family these days.
See it differently when you stream the best of British TV with BritBox.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
State leaders are calling for an increase in funding for community health centers. The nonprofit community-based facilities provide primary and preventative care to everyone, regardless of income or insurance status. At a news conference this week attended by WTNH-TV News 8, Governor Ned Lamont praised the work done at these facilities.
And I think it represents the very best in healthcare in our country, something we ought to try and replicate.
The state's community health centers currently serve approximately 500,000 people each year. The governor also signed a new bill yesterday that will prevent police from handcuffing children. The controversial bill received wide support in the General Assembly, although some Republicans did not agree with it. The law specifically prohibits police from using handcuffs on children under the age of 14. At a news conference attended by WFSB Channel 3, Bridgeport Democratic State Representative Steve Staffstrom spoke about how this bill makes Connecticut safer.
A single night in jail can be enough to traumatize a kid, to lead them not down a path of rehabilitation, but down a path of repeat incarceration. This bill begins to unravel that.
The bill would go into effect on October 1st of this year. And Fairfield police have reached within the department to hire a new police chief. The Fairfield Police Commission has confirmed Michael Paris to be the town's next chief. Paris has been with Fairfield Police since 2006, most recently serving as a captain overseeing patrol operations. A formal swearing-in ceremony will be held for Paris in the near future. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway northbound, the construction is working out by the mall in Trumbull Lakes. It's 48 to 49 on the heavy side. Lower part of the county, patchy volume through New Canaan. 95's busy both directions, Stamford, Greenwich. About a half hour, Norwalk up to Bridgeport on 95. New Haven County, Parkway looks good. They're not working the construction through Orange, and looks pretty good up through the tunnel. Route 8's not bad, with some extra company, though, in Dansonia. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
Clear this evening and tonight with a low in the mid-60s, a breeze light out of the northwest. Sunny and warm tomorrow with a high in the low 80s. There may be a shower or a thunderstorm in the afternoon. Sunday, a few scattered showers. Partly sunny and warm with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So a lot of us have undoubtedly been at a game, an athletic event, right? Either a pro game or a college game or even a high school game or a youth game, softball, little league, whatever. Top to bottom, pros down to rec league, beer league, whatever. And when the fans on one side or the other start chirping each other, you suck, get out of here. One side, invariably the side that's winning, will start a chant, right? And you and I, especially if we were involved in some way, shape, or form, whether we played high school athletics or went to the game, or like me, broadcast college athletics, even back in high school, invariably the one response that drove the other side nuts, or the opposing fans if they were in your gym or your rink, or the home fans if you were winning a road game, invariably we'd have people that would take their finger, point up high, and no, not give you the finger, but point up high, and they would start chanting, scoreboard. Remember that? Scoreboard, scoreboard, meaning you can say and scream and bitch and moan and say all the stuff you want against us. Look at the scoreboard. We're winning. Our side is winning. And that was particularly satisfying if you were, playing somebody that you just couldn't stand. So I say that because yet another new measure of the popularity of Governor Ned Lamont has come out. And I find this interesting because he always does pretty well in these surveys. And it's interesting because you've got politically diametric sides trying to take the guy out. Of course, the Republicans would love to get back in the governor's mansion in the big leather chair. Why wouldn't they do that? And now you have a cadre of progressives led by Saud Anwar and Josh Elliott and Han Hughes that talk about Ned Lamont like he's the worst thing since recorded time, especially when it comes to workers' rights, union rights, and housing and all that. But I'm telling you, the governor and his people are having a scoreboard. They're having a moment here. Another survey here from Morning Consult, however they want to pronounce it. Governor Ned Lamont is the third most popular governor in the U.S. Third most popular Democratic governor, I should say, in the U.S. He's got a 63% approval rating, 29% disapprove, and the rest, hey, they have no idea what day it is. But I want you to think about that here. And is all of this, is Ned sitting back laughing here? Now, let's assume 63% is wrong, just for the time being. Because whenever you see surveys, you look and you say, all right, it can't be that high. All right, let's say it isn't that high. Let's say it's 10% off. He still would be at 53%, and there's no way this is 10% off. Morning Consult does a pretty good job. Are they completely accurate? No pollster is. But again, he's been in the low 60s in this poll every time it comes out. Now, one reason that number is probably lower is because it's registered voters, not likely voters. And I've told you the best voting screen when they screen out the, responsible and reliable responses here is likely voters. If you do registered voters or adults, it tends to screw up the numbers a little bit. But even so, 63 to 29, which is gaudy. Man, that's gaudy. 63 to 29. Governor Ned Lamont is among the most popular governors in the state. So are the progressives in his party kidding themselves? Are the Republicans kidding themselves? Look, it's not like you see these. I think the lowest I saw Ned Lamont at a poll of any import was like 53 or 52%. You would have to convince me. I would have to see that number in 3 or 4 polls to say, yeah, he's really at about 50%. Now, a lot could change once campaigning begins, if in fact he's running for a third term. But whether or not he runs for a third term, that's immaterial to what I wanted to start with today. At 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. That is completely immaterial. My question is, can this guy be beat? Will he be beaten, however you want to say it, proper English here, Paul. But can Aaron Stewart beat him? Can Josh Elliott beat him? Can Saud Anwar beat him? Can Ryan Fazio beat him? Will Jen Tucker beat him? Jen Tucker, I should say. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. But it's funny that when you bring up the subject of Ned Lamont, either to progressives on the left or a lot of Republicans that I know and chat with on the right, it's like they're talking about Attila the Hun. Well, explain this to me. Explain to me, Lucy. How is it that Ned Lamont, if this guy is so awful, and I'm not saying he is or he isn't, how is it that he's got a 63% approval? He is constantly in the upper 50s or low 60s, according to this poll, and generally in the mid-50s. I'm sorry, I said upper 60s. That should have been upper 50s. Have you ever seen a poll with his approval ratings below 50%? I haven't. So it begs the question, who's more out of touch here? Is it the Republican candidates? I don't know. The Republican Party? Is it the Democratic Party? The far progressives in the Democratic Party, like Saud Anwar, and you've got people like that legislator out in the eastern part of the state whose name escapes me, Ann Hughes, Josh Elliott. Oh, we've got to defeat Ned Lamont. Well, apparently you may be preaching in an empty church, guys, because he is still month in and month out when Morning Consult does these polls. The guy is one of the most popular governors in America. Where's the outrage? Oh, we got to get rid of Ned Lamont. Says who? Like I said, scoreboard. So I start with this today, and I want you to give this some thought. A new survey gives Governor Lamont a 63% approval rating. Will he win if he runs for a third term? Who can beat the guy right now? Of course he can lose. I get it. It's an eternity between now and November of next year, and you have the nominating conventions on both sides. But are all sides misreading this guy? Well, Connecticut deserves better. We need more progressive policies. Well, Connecticut deserves better. We need more conservative policies. Well, apparently 63% don't think so. Are people just missing the boat on this guy? When the critics see Ned Lamont, they see something. But apparently 63% of people at least in this survey, they don't really see that.
There's something lurking in Long Island Sound. It's waiting for you. It's $25,000. The WICC Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth returns August 23rd and 24th. Catch the heaviest bluefish that weekend and win $25,000. Plus, there's over $40,000 in cash prizes. Sign up now at bluefishtournament.com. The WICC Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth. We'll see you on the Sound.
Thanks, Tri-City Home Solutions and Rinnai and Xfinity.
Whoever said all good things must come to an end did not have a Rinnai tankless water heater. Hi, this is Seamus from Tri-City Home Solutions. Rinnai tankless water heaters offer unlimited hot water for the most demanding residential and commercial applications. You can save up to $1,000 on the installation of a new water heater now until July 31st with Tri-City and Rinnai. Visit us at TriCityHomeSolutions.com. Never run out of hot water again.
Call 203-877-HEAT, Tri-City.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time. The next time you're out to dinner with friends, you can order the shrimp cocktail for the table. And maybe you'll realize it only comes with 4 shrimp after you've already given away 3, but that one shrimp will be so good. And if you switch and save hundreds, you could get shrimp all the time. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time. For shrimp. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
At Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull, we understand that planning for life's milestones is important. But what about planning for your funeral? While it may be difficult to consider, pre-planning can ease the burden on your loved ones during a challenging time. By planning now, you can ensure that your wishes are honored without leaving emotional or financial strain on your family. Visit Abriola.com to learn more about our compassionate pre-planning services. Plan today for peace of mind tomorrow.
You've been hit and you're hurt. You were in a crash and now you're also out of cash. You need someone by your side. You need George Ganem to help you through the injury and legal process. With decades of experience helping clients injured in an accident, George Ganem takes on the insurance companies to get you the settlement you deserve fast. George Ganem will fight for you. Call George at 203-713-8383 or GanemInjuryLawyers.com.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Northbound on the Parkway, the tree trimming still with us. Heavy delays, exits 46 to 49. And further north, no construction into New Haven County. Route 8's jammed northbound pretty heavy into Seymour. That's midday roadwork. That should clear by around 3 o'clock. No major problems. Stanford Greenwich on 95. Pretty good ride up into Westport, starting to build, getting up towards Sherwood Island. Traffic brought to you by the Fairfield Law Office of Eliasson and Tegnor. Give your family and yourself the most important gift you can, peace of mind. Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear with a low in the mid-60s. Sunny and warm tomorrow with a high in the low 80s. There may be a shower or a thunderstorm. Sunday, a few widely scattered showers. Partly sunny and warm with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Phones are busy? Text Paul, 203-333-9422. You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli. Now on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So do both sides have it wrong here as we're up and underway on a Friday? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And listen, Lord knows, doing a show like this, my friends who host at other radio stations around the state, New Haven and out east and up in Hartford, like we hear a lot of this. Ned Lamont sucks. Got to get rid of Ned Lamont. He's awful. Got to get rid of him. He's not far left enough, or he's too far left. We need a Republican in there. Okay. And again, there's a long time to the election. I get it. I understand it. But in almost, I can't remember a survey where he's done really bad. The guy's been elected twice. Both times were pretty much blowouts. And he may run again. And I know there are people saying, well, he's vulnerable this time. And what? Well, is he? Or are you just dealing in fantasy land here? More than 3 in 5 Connecticut voters approve of the performance of Governor Ned Lamont. That's according to a new poll. It makes Lamont, says here in Hearst, one of the nation's most popular governors. New survey from Morning Consult released this week, 63% of registered voters. Now, again, as I tell you, registered voters is not the best screen. Likely voters is, but registered voters ain't too bad. It's not perfect. It's not great. 63% of registered voters approve of Lamont. 29% disapprove. Another 8%, they don't know. They had no opinion. They didn't care. So where does that put Ned Lamont? It ranks him 6th among all governors, not just Democrats or Republicans. He's number 6 in the country. And again, I know what you're saying. Well, these surveys can be off. Yeah, they can be off. I get it. I understand it. But you got to measure things some way, don't you? Could this change? Of course it can. Is the power of incumbency very powerful? Sure is. He is the 3rd most popular Democratic governor in all of the U.S. So out of all the blue states, he's number 3. He ranks number 6 among all governors. There's only 5 people in front of him. Republican Phil Scott of Vermont, Republican Kelly Armstrong of North Dakota, Democrat Andy Beshear of Kentucky, who could be the Dems nominee in 2028 because he sounds and looks a little normal, Mark Gordon of Wyoming, a Republican, and Democrat Josh Green of Hawaii. Now, let's remember, as it says here in this story, he easily won re-election in 2022. That Bob Stefanowski race, that was a blowout, and I told you what was going to happen. And the Republican Party, now look, Aaron Stewart, I think, would be a fine candidate. I'm sure Jen Tooker would be fine. I'm sure Ryan Fazio would be fine. All 3 sensible, youngish people. But come on, the Republican Party in Connecticut works in the suburbs. I get it. And to a point, they work in the General Assembly. But the flag bearers of the party, disasters over the last several cycles. I'm not saying they're bad people, but yeah, they were bad candidates. Bob Stefanowski, 0 for 2. Fine guy. I talked to him a few times, but I'm dealing here where the rubber meets the road. Tom Foley, 0 for 2. Linda McMahon, 0 for 2. Leora Levy, 0 for 1. When does it stop? Maybe it doesn't. I told you, we will be vacationing on Mars before there's any sort of Republican wave in this state. And I'm not blaming the Republican Party or the critics of Lamont per se, because there will always be critics, no matter how popular a man or a woman is, and no matter what seat they carry, there's always going to be critics, and that's good. There should never be 100% agreement with a person 100% of the time. That's not good for any system. But it makes me laugh. Now, look, the Republicans are at a disadvantage in this state, numbers-wise. I get it. But I look at these numbers and say, what in the hell, what is the progressive wing of the Democratic Party thinking here? Seriously. Nothing personal against Josh Elliott or Saud Anwar or Ann Hughes or people like that, or Martin Looney or Bob Duff. But what the hell are these people thinking? Well, the governor's got to do more. Apparently he doesn't. The guy, like I said, even if this survey is off a little, let's say it isn't 63%, shall we? Let's drop it down 6 points to 57%. That would be 57 to 43. And that, my friends, in all political conundrums, is a blowout. You want to talk about that scoreboard chant in high school, 57 to 43, or or 56 to 43 that Bob Stefanowski got beat by. You know what chant that starts in a high school game in the fourth quarter? Remember this one? Start the bus. Start the bus. That's an early and easy blowout. I don't get it. Explain this to me. How is it that people can say Ned Lamont's an idiot, he's a fool, he's not doing all this stuff, and the guy's at 63% approval? Maybe Ned Lamont's having the last laugh. I don't know. Maybe you have both sides here in Connecticut, the extremes of both sides, and I'm not saying Ned Lamont shouldn't be, criticized if he does stuff wrong. Lord knows I've said that here, but it's incredible, especially for what we've seen now for the past couple of weeks, coming out of the far left of the Democratic Party. Oh, the guy's got to retire. He's got to retire. It's time for Ned Lamont to step aside. He's got to retire. He's out of touch. Out of touch? He's got a 63% approval rating. If that's out of touch, whoever says that's out of touch, they got to push themselves away from the weed buffet. You know what I mean? Stop the gummies. You're supposed to take one and wait a few hours. Stop popping them like they're Skittles. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Simple question. Will Ned win if he runs for a third term? How's he going to lose? At least at this point. Now, he could lose, I get it. But he's got a 63% approval rating. And even if that's off by a half dozen points, it would still be 57%. What are the critics of Ned Lamont missing here? What are they missing? You tell me. What are they missing? The way they talk about this guy, he's lucky to be at 50%. I got news for you. Right now, he hasn't declared. Right now, he's having a good chuckle.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 on the heavier side out of Stamford, Greenwich. It's about 30 minutes now to go from Norwalk up into Bridgeport, heaviest out by Sherwood Island. Parkway starting to build out of High Ridge, Long Ridge through New Canaan, some delays into Westport. Still very heavy into Trumbull with that construction in the right lane by exit 49. Route 8 still very heavy up into Derby and Seymour. That's due to construction, 84 building through Newtown. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
Clear this evening and tonight with a low in the mid-60s, a breeze light out of the northwest. Sunny and warm tomorrow with a high in the low 80s. There may be a shower or a thunderstorm in the afternoon. Sunday, a few scattered showers. Partly sunny and warm with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing, more people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe even more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor. Is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
bedroom. I don't mean to scare you, but a tree could be hiding damage that you simply can't see. Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here, and we had one tree in particular that was directly in front of my son's bedroom. At K&J, they have licensed arborists on staff who will do everything they can to save a tree. Like that tree I just mentioned in front of Chase's bedroom. It didn't need to come down entirely, but the parts that were problematic, those were removed immediately. Book online at kjtreeservice.com or text 203-248-TREE.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News special report. An explosion at the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department training facility has claimed at least 3 lives. CBS Los Angeles reporter Rick Montanez is following.
They are highly elite trained crews that will go out and do this. And so there is training that happens at this facility as well. You've got to wonder what exactly went wrong to cause something on this scale, this tragic for the LA County Sheriff's Department.
Officials from the ATF and the FBI are among those responding to the scene. KNX Radio's Steve Gregory says they're likely to help in the investigation as well, not because something criminal is suspected.
The department is probably going to bring in some other people to help in this situation because they're now emotionally involved.
The explosion happened in a parking lot filled with sheriff patrol cars and box trucks and may have been triggered by material recovered yesterday that exploded this morning. CBS News Special Report. I'm Linda Kenyon.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The daughter of a member of the Bridgeport City Council appeared in court earlier today to face a slew of charges pending against her. 26-year-old Jasmine Cooper's appearance stems from an incident on June 24th in which she threatened a family member with a gun outside the Margaret E. Morton Government Center. Court records show later that same day, Cooper was involved in a hit and run and was arrested for that July 9th. Cooper is the daughter of Anita Martinez, a Democratic member of the Bridgeport City Council. The judge continued Cooper's case until August 21st, at which time she'll face charges including first-degree threatening with a firearm and second-degree breach of peace. Bridgeport Mayor Joe Ganim says he's not comfortable with the idea of Adrian Peeler being released from prison years ahead of schedule.
But this type of lawlessness was never tolerated then. It is not tolerated now. So we're demanding answers from the federal government, answers from those that signed. If it was the president that signed this, if he delegated that authority illegally to someone else, we want to investigate in the answers. And if this can be stopped, the return of this individual back to the city of Bridgeport, we want to stop that.
Peeler completed a 25-year prison term for conspiracy to commit murder for the 1999 killings of 8-year-old crime witness Leroy B.J. Brown and his mother, Karen Clark. Peeler still had several years left of a 15-year federal drug sentence when President Biden commuted his sentence. Police Chief Roderick Porter echoed many of Ganim's sentiments.
If there's some way that this could be reversed, it needs to be reversed. This is not what our criminal justice system is about. It's not what we expect as a community. We expect individuals to be held accountable for their acts proportionately and responsibly.
Ganim says Peeler should not have been granted clemency based on his criminal history. Attorney General William Tong says a settlement has been reached with the organizer of a failed music festival last year. Capulet Fest was supposed to be a 3-day outdoor event at Thompson Speedway last June, but at the last minute, it was moved indoors to the Webster Theater in Hartford.
They were cheated out of what they were promised. Fans spent as much as $700 to go to a supposedly 3-day festival. They were supposed to get 50 bands and food and parking and all that, and they didn't get any of that.
The third day of the event was eventually canceled. Tong says organizer Estevan Vega is agreeing to pay $50,000 in restitution for unused admission tickets and associated fees. A 60-year-old Norwalk man is accused of repeatedly sexually assaulting a young child. Police say Jose Rodriguez is charged with first-degree sexual assault and risk of injury to a minor in a case involving a 5-year-old child. Police began investigating in March after the child disclosed the abuse and identified Rodriguez as the suspect. He's being held on $1 million bond. A Danbury Schools employee is facing criminal charges, accusing her of sending revenge porn. Police say 32-year-old Catherine Fernandez took the adult male victim's phone and used it to send private sexual materials to some of his contacts. Fernandez reportedly was upset after going through the man's phone and finding text messages between him and other women. She's accused of then sending sexual content from the phone to underage relatives, his boss, co-workers, father, and others. A Milford man is facing charges after one of his dogs died in a hot car. Police say John Torres left 2 dogs in his vehicle back on July 10th. The temperatures reached 93 degrees that day, and the animals were left in the car with the windows rolled up. A French bulldog later died of heat stroke. Torres is charged with cruelty to animals. Dr. Listy Thomas from St. Vincent's Medical Center gave some tips to drivers to avoid forgetting pets and children in the back seat of a car.
Taking off my shoes and putting them in the back seat so that I have to look in the back seat before I leave the car. You can do things like putting your phone in the back seat. It becomes almost like a habit.
And Chick-fil-A is seeking to open a restaurant in the Milford Crossing Shopping Center in Milford. Developers are seeking permission to place the restaurant next to the Barnes & Noble bookstore in the shopping center. The chicken-themed restaurant would be over 5,000 square feet and would feature 2 drive-through lanes. Chick-fil-A currently has 16 locations across Connecticut, including not far from Milford in Shelton and in Fairfield. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Both 95 and the Parkway, patchy volume between Stamford getting up into Norwalk, and then pretty heavy on 95 Sherwood Island up to Southport. We'll call it about 30 to 35 minutes now, Norwalk to Bridgeport. Parkway's not bad till you get up to the Trumbull side. Still working that late running construction between exits 46 and 49. Up into the valley, construction still into Seymour. 95's busy. Milford up into West Haven. Parkway's not too bad into New Haven County. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear with a low in the mid-60s. Sunny and warm tomorrow with a high in the low 80s. There may be a shower or thunderstorm. Sunday, a few widely scattered showers. Partly sunny and warm with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Stratford is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
I don't get it. Maybe it's because I'm in this political bubble with a lot of other people. I just don't. I mean, you hear calls on this radio station and, frankly, on other stations in the state, in Hartford and New Haven, out east. They're all buddies of mine, guys and gals I know that host shows. And I understand part of the reason talk radio exists to some extent, especially in the blue state, is to get people on who have a differing opinion and get belittled because they do. I get that. I understand that. But sometimes you sit and you wonder, and maybe I'll put myself in that position too. You know, is there a big bubble here that I have to, break here? What am I talking about? Well, first, glad to have you with us here at 238-203-333-9422. Ned Lamont, again, has a really good approval rating, and his approval ratings, now granted, he's a Democrat in a blue state, they run from the low to mid 50s to the low 60s. And again, he does very well in this morning consult poll. The guy's at 63%. So what is it? Are you one of the people who would hear that and say, well, he's mediocre. Maybe Connecticut likes mediocrity. Maybe. I don't know what to tell you here. And I find it funny, and maybe this leads into my theory that a significant chunk of the Connecticut Democratic Party and Democratic voters are in a psychosis here. Because they talk about this guy, whether it's Josh Elliott or Saud Anwar or people like Ann Hughes or people like Julie Kushner. They talk about the guy, especially coming off of this housing bill and the veto of the bill that would have paid striking workers unemployment. They talk about the guy like he's the freaking Antichrist. So how is there such a disconnect between what I guess the average registered voter in Connecticut thinks and the political class? Because, again, I've never seen this before. Please explain this to me. Talk or text. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. A new survey gives Governor Ned Lamont a 63% approval rating. That's our question of the day to start off here on a Friday as we go toward the weekend. Will he win if he runs for a third term? I think he will. Now, might he get beat? Yeah, he could. But when you see and hear people in the guy's own party, I mean, of course Republicans are going to attack him, just as Democrats attack Republicans. There's nothing. That's the sport of the whole thing here. But it is mind-numbing to see how crazy the Democratic Party in Connecticut has become since the years of, Ella Grasso and Toby Moffett and Bill O'Neill and even Dan Malloy. And, they talk about this guy like he's some sort of right-wing nut. He's a moderate Democrat with a 63%, 63, even if, like I said, even if it's off by a half dozen points, that would still put it at 57. Where's the disconnect here? Not so much from Republicans, but where is the disconnect between Ned Lamont, who's about the best you're going to get as a moderate Democrat in these days of the modern-day Democratic Party, and the people who serve under him? Maybe a recent column by our pal Chris Powell was right, where he said, listen, the regular Democratic politician in this state is far to the left of Ned Lamont and far to the left of the average state voter, too. You think the average Democrat wants to pay people who go on strike unemployment compensation? Come on. You think the average Democrat in this state approves of the Trust Act, which would perhaps shield, for example, this 18-year-old illegal from Guatemala who almost killed a couple of state police troopers the other day, would probably shield him from deportation? You think the average, everyday Joe Sixpack and Mary Sixpack Democratic voter approves of that? No, and they show it in the fact that they've given a well-liked, moderate governor a 63% approval rating. So the question is simple. What gives here? Will Ned Lamont win if he runs for a third term? But where is this disconnect? Explain this to me. How is it that the governor's own party did and continues to throw a tantrum, a romper room-like tantrum, a tantrum that would have impressed Captain Kangaroo himself because he vetoed this housing bill and said, I want to start over? But yet 63% of Connecticut, which probably includes some Republicans as well. Where's the disconnect here? See, and this is what I mean by saying that if it's going to be another term of a Democratic governor, you had better pray it's Ned Lamont. You had better say every kind of novena to Amaron, as they used to say in the old country, that it ain't Susan Beisowitz, that it ain't William Tong, that it ain't Luke Bronin. Ned Lamont with a 63% approval rating. And, of course, I'm getting a couple of responses now on the question, well, who did they survey? Doesn't matter. They surveyed registered voters in the state. Now, do all those registered voters vote? Me, yes or no? And don't let yourself be dragged into this. Well, they didn't call me. Chances are you'll never get called for a survey. You never will. It's probability and statistics. A state of 3.5 million people, this survey probably included maybe 600 to 700 to 800. That would be a lot. But yes, it is. They can be that accurate. So you explain to me, where's this disconnect here? If Ned Lamont is such an ogre, if he is such a blue monster, you tell me. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. You tell me. How does he have a 63% approval rating?
The Connecticut Lottery reminds you that gambling can be a fun form of entertainment, but it's not risk-free. So it's important to play responsibly. Make sure you understand how the games work. Know the odds, set time limits, and take breaks. To find out more, visit ctlottery.org or responsibleplayct.org. Must be 18 or older to purchase lottery and 21 or older to place sports wagers. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org.
Hi, I'm Lee Gainham, that garden guy from Gainham's Garden Center and Florist in Fairfield. Do you have questions about your garden? Tune into That Garden Guy Sunday mornings at 8 for an hour of lively talk about your favorite pastime. We'll have weekly do's and don'ts and gardening tips of the week for our specific area, and we'll take your phone calls so we can offer solutions to problems you may be having in your lawn and garden right now. Call in and talk with me, That Garden Guy, Sunday mornings at 8 on WICC 600 and 95.9.
I get so many headaches every month.
It could be chronic migraine, 15 or more headache days a month, each lasting 4 hours or more.
Botox onabotulinum toxin A prevents headaches in adults with chronic migraine. It's not for those who have 14 or fewer headache days a month. Prescription Botox is injected by your doctor. Effects of Botox may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. Alert your doctor right away, as difficulty swallowing, speaking, breathing, eye problems, or muscle weakness can be signs of a life-threatening condition. Patients with these conditions before injection are at highest risk. Side effects may include allergic reactions, neck and injection site pain, fatigue, and headache. Allergic reactions can include rash, welts, asthma symptoms, and dizziness. Don't receive Botox if there's a skin infection. Tell your doctor your medical history, muscle or nerve conditions, including ALS, Lou Gehrig's disease, myasthenia gravis, or Lambert-Eaton syndrome, and medications, including botulinum toxins, as these may increase the risk of serious side effects.
Why wait? Ask your doctor. Visit BotoxChronicMigraine.com or call 1-800-44-BOTOX to learn more.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 in the Parkway, patchy volume between Stamford getting up into Norwalk, and then pretty heavy on 95 Sherwood Island up to Southport. We'll call it about 30 to 35 minutes now, Norwalk to Bridgeport. Parkway's not bad till you get up to the Trumbull side. Still working that late running construction between exits 46 and 49. Up into the valley, construction still into Seymour. 95's busy. Milford up into West Haven. Parkway's not too bad into New Haven County. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
Clear this evening and tonight with a low in the mid-60s, a breeze light out of the northwest. Sunny and warm tomorrow with a high in the low 80s. There may be a shower or thunderstorm in the afternoon. Sunday, a few scattered showers. Partly sunny and warm with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
On your laptop, on your smart speaker, and even on your radio. No matter where or how you listen, you've got Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And looking at this morning consult poll, I did poke around there and I found out they say the most these results could be off by, and this was a pretty good guess here. I was thinking on a state level with a few hundred people in each state polled, 6%, and they said exactly, plus or minus 6%. So again, let's take Ned Lamont's number of 63%. So chop 6% off of it right there. So that brings him down to 57%. He's still that's another blowout. And by the way, he had 56% against Bob Stefanowski. So what does that tell you? I don't know. Look, it tells me that we have the confluence of something very interesting in the state. We have I guess you could say solidly blue state, but again, once you get out of the cities, Connecticut is highly Republican in some areas. But I digress. You right here have a solidly blue state that is a lot more traditionally blue than some of the idiots in Hartford want to tell you. I mean, you have people sobbing and yelling about vetoing a bill that would have paid striking workers unemployment. You have, and the veto was handed down by the guy that's got 57% approval or 63% approval. So again, it's an interesting confluence here. You have a state whose legislators may be decidedly more blue than the governor and or the people in that state. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Andy's with us. Andy, good afternoon, sir. How are you?
I agree with you, like 200%. Unless the Republicans come up with someone truly amazing, I'm going to vote for Ned if he runs. I think he's done a good job, and he's really impressed me with his stand against the Democrats on this crazy housing bill and the payment for strikers and just a lot of things.
He is a firewall against the looniness in his own party.
And you see what happens, like in these far left cities, it's nothing but disaster. And this guy in New York, could you even fathom what New York would look like if you get in?
Thankfully, Andy, the polls are tightening, and I think even in a four-way race, the polls have Cuomo within a point or two of this guy. And even this is telling you, Andy, how much people are worrying in New York. Curtis Sliwa has 22% of the vote in New York.
But could you imagine?
Oh, my God.
The police in New York City, of all places? This isn't like Brattleboro, Vermont. They're talking about New York City.
And that's the first thing, Andy, he will do is he won't cut the police himself. He will cut the funding and say, well, we're going to, I mean, he's already letting loose with his bull crap about, if there's a mental patient in the subway, they're going to send they're going to send teams of clinicians out there to help. Oh, my.
See how the attacker feels, as he's wielding his machete against children. Yeah, it's so crazy. I hope that America comes to their senses and starts to get back to the middle. I think we need a healthy balance of both sides.
Yeah.
But the far left is just totally lunatic.
Well, and Andy, I do have to run. Thank you, sir. I'm glad you brought that up, though, because I do have a story bookmarked here. I pulled it up. I read it again on the break. That feeds right out of what Andy said. The left now has a new plan to counteract Donald Trump, and this is some prime comedy. I'll read this later in the show. But yeah, Zohran Mamdani, a new poll came out a few days ago, and it is tightening up. Basically, Mamdani and Andrew Cuomo are in a statistical tie now. With Curtis Sliwa, God bless Curtis, and the shiny jacket and the red beret, he's actually doing pretty well, and Eric Adams is at 11%. So things not faring well. The key to the New York folks is going to be the black vote. It is. Because Zohran Mamdani, he did very poorly with black voters. Andrew Cuomo did very well. So is the black vote now, because of these allegations of improprieties, are they going to completely ditch Eric Adams? Eric Adams has been a pretty good mayor. Now, again, there's the sleaze factor here, new allegations, but day-to-day operations of running the city, it's been pretty good. But again, that's because he's used to be a Republican and was a former transit cop. So he gets it. He understands. I'm sure when he was an officer, Officer Adams had had to respond to calls involving the great unwashed, shall we say. Larry, the cable guy's with us. Larry, how are you, sir?
Good, Paul. How are you, my friend?
Oh, Larry, it gets better and better every day, brother. What can I tell you?
That's right. You never know. We might win the lottery, right?
Yeah, right. Next dream. Yeah. What's up, Larry?
Well, I'm listening to what you're talking about. And once again, I think one of the last times I talked to you, we talked about common sense.
Yeah.
And boy, oh boy, lacking. And then, you talk about the Democratic Party. Look what their numbers are in the national polls.
Oh,
it's
my
the
God.
lowest probably ever.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, JFK, FDR, Harry Truman, they must be spinning in their graves, Larry.
Oh, yeah. They're looking at it and they're saying, oh, my God, what has the country turned into?
Yeah.
And you know what? The progressive, and you look at their ideas, which I can hardly wait till your latest one is on Donald Trump.
Wait till you hear this. Yeah.
They're so far out of whack. And like this guy Andy just said, too, I hope and I pray that the American public come back to the middle ground and we actually have candidates that we could choose from as opposed to choosing one because it's the lesser of two evils.
Exactly. Larry, thank you. Great thought there. Have a happy weekend, Larry, and be careful installing all that cable. Make sure somebody is spotting the ladder for you. As I did here the other day, connoisseur. We had somebody up on the ladder, and they said, what are you doing? I said, I'm holding the ladder. I'm spotting the ladder. It's what one guy does for the other. Not that I wouldn't spot a ladder for a woman. Don't get me mad with that. The wisdom of Dave in Brantford, ladies and gentlemen. Dave, how are you?
I don't want to follow that introduction. I'm the grumpy old guy with the lawn.
Okay.
Get off.
Yeah.
I must say, Lamont has disarmed my opposition to him. Not only, with the housing bill, with the no parking requirement.
Yes.
So you could get a 10-unit something with no street parking, and they're all parked in front of your house on the street. And you say, how can that be legal? And the strike pay, you say, why should everyone pay for your strike? You eat it yourself. The thing that's unsaid is the governor's change on climate policy.
Yeah.
Because we need natural gas and electricity. That is another good shift. The election that's most like the one we're about to have next was when Jody Rell absolutely slaughtered DeStefano.
John DeStefano, my old friend. Yeah.
I think that had to be a pretty near 30-point blowout.
It was
And
bad,
I'm thinking one of DeStefano's things was to let non-citizens be allowed to vote in municipal elections because, after all, they live here too. And people just thought, what are you, nuts? Are you from a different planet? If you don't belong here, you can't be voting. You don't pay any property taxes. What's this deal? It was a trick. And so I think Jody Rell, on the heels of a disgraced governor, that would be Rowland, and she was well beloved, and you can't think of any policy that she was promoting, and yet she was well loved and got reelected by a strong margin. And in that vein, I think the Rhino Aaron Stewart is the one most like Rel. We kind of want one of those motherly, don't make too many waves, go along, get along.
Exactly. And Dave, thank you for the call, my friend. Have a happy weekend. Listen, I think the people of Connecticut, they want, they're not into activism. They just want an adult. And and I used to kid about this. I even kidded about Jody Rell after she was governor and during her days as governor. I used to kid, and I said, Governor, it sounds to me like one of your main roles up there is to just go, no. Now, children, no, we're not going to do that. That would, and she kind of laughed and said, well, yeah. So maybe part of the reason that Ned Lamont is at a 63% approval rating is maybe, the people of Connecticut understand what would come after him once the dam breaks.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Better news into the valley. Northbound on Route 8, the construction cleared out of Ansonia into Seymour, moving better up to the bridge. 95, about 25 minutes from Stamford to Norwalk. Still about a half hour to 40 minutes, Norwalk to Bridgeport. Parkway with some heavier company by the New Canaan Rest, starting to build heavier into Westport. Still heavy into Trumbull, even though the construction should be wrapped up by exits 48 and 49. Into New Haven County, Parkway not too bad to the West Rock Tunnel, 95 busy, West Haven to Long Wharf. Tom Colangelo, WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear with a low in the mid-60s. Sunny and warm tomorrow with a high in the low 80s. There may be a shower or a thunderstorm. Sunday, a few widely scattered showers. Partly sunny and warm with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
This is your Optimum Beach Report.
The Max UV index remaining very high at a 10. Air quality index improving to the 44 AQI range. And the outdoor report for tomorrow, ideal with a 1% chance of rain.
Stay ahead of cyber threats with fast and secure fiber internet starting at $65 a month with 99.9% network reliability and speeds up to 8 gig. Visit Optimum.com/business or call 855-2-OPTIMUM today.
Hi, it's Sissy from the Blue Sky Diner in Stratford. Along with my mother Mary and my brother Nick, we are proud to carry on our family tradition of serving great food at affordable prices. Grab a booth or take a seat at the counter and enjoy breakfast or lunch. Always served with a smile. To our regular customers, thank you. And if you're new, come give us a try. Plus, our patio is now open. Blue Sky Diner, 273 Ferry Boulevard in Stratford. We're open daily from 6:30 a.m. to 3 p.m. We can't wait to see you. Order up!
Yeah, I'll take, 3 scrambled eggs with sausage and cheese, a side of bacon, and some home fries. How about that? Yes, sir.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Linda Kenyon. An explosion at the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department training facility has killed at least 3 people. Sheriff Robert Luna speaking to the media just moments ago.
At this time, we do not know the cause of the explosion. However, the specific area has been closed off.
CBS Los Angeles reporter Rick Montanez says there are more details about the facility where this explosion occurred.
They are highly elite trained crews that will go out and do this. And so there is training that happens at this facility as well. You've got to wonder what exactly went wrong to cause something on this scale, this tragic for the LA County Sheriff's Department.
The explosion happened in a parking lot filled with sheriff patrol cars and box trucks and may have involved explosive material recovered by authorities yesterday and stored at the facility in one of those trucks outside. President Trump is signing the rescissions package passed in the House late last night. It pulls back $9 billion in federal funding. These clawbacks have hit the U.S. Agency for International Development especially hard. The now gutted agency provides food and other services overseas that come from American farmers and producers. CBS's Lana Zak is in Iowa City.
I've been speaking with farmers across the Midwest, and here's what they say was fundamentally lost in this debate about foreign aid. Foreign food aid, those cuts are actually cuts to American farmers.
There are a lot of pieces to where the food aid comes from. You know, it might be corn here, it might be rice here. It's hard to quantify exactly where it's going to go.
Investigators may have found the cause of the fire that killed 9 people at an assisted living facility in Fall River, Massachusetts. CBS's Michael Wallace has the story.
Sources say the fire may have been started by someone smoking near an oxygen tank.
We need you out. There's a huge fire.
The Fall River Police Department has released body cam videos of its officers rushing into the burning building to save residents. They kicked in doors looking for victims and carried some out. All while not wearing any masks. Fire Chief Jeffrey Bacon.
That was absolutely amazing what I watched them do. That's not their job. That's not their comfort zone.
Michael Wallace, CBS News.
CBS has canceled The Late Show with Stephen Colbert. He will not be replaced. Matt Belloni is with the digital media company Puck.
In 5 years, it's very doubtful that there will be any of these shows left. The economics simply does not make sense anymore.
CBS called it a financial decision against a challenging backdrop in late-night television, with streaming platforms garnering most attention. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Get renter's insurance to protect the things that make your place a home, including coverage for theft or damage. Visit Progressive.com.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The daughter of a member of the Bridgeport City Council appeared in court earlier today to face a slew of charges pending against her. 26-year-old Jasmine Cooper's appearance stems from an incident on June 24th in which she threatened a family member with a gun outside the Margaret E. Morton Government Center. Court records show later that same day Cooper was involved in a hit and run and was arrested July 9th. This is not Cooper's first brush with the law, and she is also the daughter of Anita Martinez, a Democratic member of the Bridgeport City Council. The judge continued Cooper's case until August 21st, at which time she'll face charges including first-degree threatening with a firearm and second-degree breach of peace. Attorney General William Tong says a settlement has been reached with the organizer of a failed music festival last year. Capulet Fest was supposed to be a three-day outdoor event at Thompson Speedway last June, but at the last minute, it was moved indoors to the Webster Theater in Hartford.
They were cheated out of what they were promised. Fans spent as much as $700 to go to a supposedly 3-day festival. They were supposed to get 50 bands and food and parking and all that, and they didn't get any of that.
The third day of the event was eventually canceled. Tong says organizer Estevan Vega is agreeing to pay $50,000 in restitution for unused admission tickets and associated fees. A 60-year-old Norwalk man is accused of repeatedly sexually assaulting a young child. Police say Jose Rodriguez is charged with first-degree sexual assault and risk of injury to a minor in a case involving a 5-year-old child. Police began investigating in March after the child disclosed the abuse and identified Rodriguez as the suspect. He's being held on $1 million bond. And there is one very lucky duck in Beacon Falls today. That's after the bird went over the waterfall that connects to the Naugatuck River. A resident who saw the accident called 911, and firefighters from Beacon Hose Company No. 1 responded to the scene. Once there, they found the duck had ended up stuck in a pipe. Two of them climbed down and were able to retrieve the bird and get it to dry land. The duck was safely returned to the pond where it lives. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Better news into the valley. Northbound on Route 8, the construction cleared out of Ansonia into Seymour, moving better up to the bridge. 95, about 25 minutes from Stamford to Norwalk. Still about a half hour to 40 minutes, Norwalk to Bridgeport. Parkway with some heavier company by the New Canaan Rest, starting to build heavier into Westport. Still heavy into Trumbull, even though the construction should be wrapped up by exits 48 and 49. Into New Haven County, Parkway not too bad to the West Rock Tunnel. 95 busy, West Haven to Long Wharf. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
Clear this evening and tonight with a low in the mid-60s. A breeze light out of the northwest. Sunny and warm tomorrow with a high in the low 80s. There may be a shower or thunderstorm in the afternoon. Sunday, a few scattered showers. Partly sunny and warm with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorak on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Ah, yes, curiouser and curiouser and curiouser we be here. I don't get it. I'm trying to figure this out here. Where is the disconnect? Now, we know where the disconnect is generally with the Republican Party in Connecticut and Democratic governors, whether it's Dan Malloy, whether back in the day it was Bill O'Neill or the late Ella Grasso or whatever. So we get it with the Republicans. I don't get it with the Democratic Party. I don't. And this is not to pound on Democrats, but this is fascinating. This is just odd. Because you've been hearing so much now over the past 2 or 3 or 4 months. Oh, what's wrong with Ned Lamont? He vetoed the housing bill. In fact, there's a new story today I'm seeing on our buddy's site, Tom Dudchick, the Capitol Report. A bunch of Yale professors now. That should tell you something right there. Yale professors are mad that the governor vetoed the housing bill. You get a lot of people, including Norwalk's Bob Duff, Mark Looney of New Haven, Jason Rojas of Hartford, or East Hartford, I'm sorry, Representative Rojas. Well, what's wrong with the governor? He vetoed this housing bill. Julie Kushner of Danbury, the Democratic chair of the Labor Committee in Hartford, she's tossing a fit because, oh, my God, Ned Lamont figured we shouldn't pay people who willingly go on strike. So you would think the guy is the scourge of all scourges, the way that his own party is trying to throw him under a bus, under a train, under a maglev, under a jet, whatever form of transportation they can throw him under, and the guy's got 63% approval in the state. My God. One of our frequent guests in one of his recent columns, Chris Powell, is right, where he said that there's an odd shift here of the lawmakers in the governor's party and the voters and himself. The fact that Ned Lamont has a 63% approval rating in a blue state dominated by lefty politicians in Hartford, actually, if you're like me, believing that it's going to be tough for a Republican to win the governor's mansion again, that should be of some margin of comfort. It really is. It really is. Now, the far lefties in Hartford, the uber progressives who think you just tax, and more tax, they're never going to be happy. But this just shows you that Ned Lamont, over his first 2 terms and maybe a third term, hopefully if we have to have a Democrat, it'll be him and not one of the uber sickos that may want the job here, and they will tax, and defang the police even further and kiss the rear ends of illegals even further. Ned Lamont is a firewall against the nuts in his own party while still delivering key stuff. As far as workers are concerned, he's already pretty much said, hey, state workers, you're going to get a raise. So I don't understand where this progressive anger comes against Ned Lamont. Have you figured this out? I don't. I can't. Well, I can, but I can't. So the question of the day today is, will he win if he runs for a third term? Who's going to beat him? Now, might one of the Republican candidates beat him? Sure. Jen Tooker or Aaron Stewart or Ryan Fazio. Now, with any of those 3 candidates, Tooker, Fazio, or Aaron Stewart, there is kind of the visual there, somebody younger, somebody with a fresher face. Maybe people say, well, okay, Lamont held off the nut jobs in his own party. Maybe I'll go Republican this time. That's all possible. Because look, as sane, and sane is a relative term in the governor's party with his policies, but as sane as he is, look, he is in his early 70s, looks to be in great shape. Thank God he stopped dyeing his hair, looks much better. We've been following that saga for you. The shoe polish here just never worked. Me, I wish I had hair. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. So explain to me this. And if you're an active Democrat, all right, maybe you don't want to come on the radio, you can text me. Remember, talk or text, always, same number, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. How is it that you have these uber leftist and really uber progressive people in the state, the Josh Elliott's, the Ann Hugheses, the Martin Looneys, the Jason Rojases here. It's tax, 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 regulate, regulate, regulate. The governor says no to a lot of this stuff. They treat him like he's the second incarnation of Satan here. And then you see this, and the governor again is, okay, maybe it isn't 63%. Maybe it's actually in the upper 50s. But he has good numbers. Explain that to me, especially if you're a registered Democrat and you're a Lamont voter. I'd love to hear that. And if you are somebody who likes what Ned Lamont is doing, or Led Lamont, only did that once, or Ned Lamont is doing, do you think that'll last? Because I have to, folks, listen. If a Democrat has to win next year, and I will continue to say this until election night and beyond next year, if a Democrat has to win, you better pray that it's Ned Lamont. Because if it's not Ned Lamont, you will see an orgasm of spending and regulation that will make Mr. Edward M. Lamont look like Ronald Reagan.
You know Connecticut has the best pizza in the entire country. That's why the best way to celebrate our state is by trying all the best pizza around. The Connecticut Pizza and Brew Fest with Brown Roofing, driven by Mazda of Milford, returns to the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater Sunday, July 20th. Get your tickets now at voiceofct.com. Food trucks, craft beer, live music, pizza panels, and so much more. Celebrate all things pizza at the Connecticut Pizza and Brew Fest.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Carbuti with Carbuti Real Estate. If you're a solo individual real estate agent who's been struggling and working for yourself, by yourself in this industry, and you've ever thought about joining a high-producing real estate team to help you increase your business and explode to the next level, go to CarBeautyRealEstate.com and click the Join Our Team page. That's CarBeautyRealEstate.com. Click the Join Our Team page.
Sell your home smoothly when you call Car Beauty. Go to CarBeautyRealEstate.com.
Hey, Joe, what happened to your teeth? They look amazing.
Oh, you know, years of root canals, crowns, gum treatments. I got tired of it all. So I went to Columbia Implant Center in Manchester. They removed my bad teeth and gave me permanent new ones. Same day.
Wait, you walked out with new teeth?
Yep, it's called All for One. They place 4 implants and attach a full set of connected teeth. It's not 4 teeth, it's a full smile. I feel like a new man.
Call Columbia Implant Center at 860-730-6020. All for One. One day, one life-changing smile.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
Safety, security, control, just some of the reasons to call Nick and his team at Property Protection Consulting. Hey, it's Melissa, and I use PPC for our doorbell cameras, smart thermostats, and surveillance cameras because they make my home and family feel safe and secure. Plus, everything is easy to operate. It's all on one app, and if something goes wrong, somebody from the team comes out right away. For security systems for your home or business, book a complimentary consultation with locally owned Property Protection Consulting at ppcalarms.com. Tell them Melissa sent you.
We all have the ability to make a difference, to come together, to change a life, to make a wish come true. By supporting Make-A-Wish Connecticut, you are bringing hope and joy to children fighting critical illnesses. Children like me. Visit ct.wish.org to learn how you can become a wishmaker and be part of a journey that changes lives. Just imagine what you can do. Visit ct.wish.org today to learn more. That's ct.wish.org.
If there's one thing we'd all like to learn, it's how to make our retirement more predictable. You need to make your money last in retirement. And David Gagnon of First Financial Planners can tell you how to do just that.
Comes down to education. Knowledge is power. In this situation, when people get to that point, they understand what they're doing and they get to enjoy their retirement stress-free.
Tune in for Mastering Your Wealth, Saturday mornings at 8, here on WICC 600.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 still with patchy volume, Stamford, Greenwich. Pretty heavy into Westport. Once you get up to exit 17, you have delays getting up into Southport, Fairfield. Parkway northbound heavy by the New Canaan Rest, delays into 4142. Fairfield Trumbullside really not too bad. Building into Route 8, still a good trip northbound Route 8 into the valley. New Haven County Parkway's not too bad up to the West Rock Tunnel. Starting to build out of West Haven up to Long Wharf on 95 and eastbound 84 busy in through Newtown. Courtesy Carpet, now is the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring, top brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear with a low in the mid-60s. Sunny and warm tomorrow with a high in the low 80s. There may be a shower or a thunderstorm. Sunday, a few widely scattered showers. Partly sunny and warm with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Crazy ideas, madness, opinions, ranting, and/or raving. Phones are open. 203-333-9422. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli, the voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
So explain to me how, if the Republicans say that Ned Lamont is so bad and so awful for Connecticut, if the members of his own party, the far-left members of the Republicans, say this guy is awful for Connecticut because he won't tax enough and he won't pay strikers, he won't do all the stuff we want to do all these onerous housing regulations, you have people on both sides. If Ned Lamont is such a scourge, how is he at 63% approval? And even on the outside of the margin of error, that would be 57%. So let's say it's 57%. What are we missing here? Or maybe people aren't as tied up in policy as both parties think, and they just say, hey, the guy seems normal. You may disagree with him on policy, but maybe, just maybe, you look at Ned Lamont or a bunch of people in Connecticut do, you say, well, I don't really, I wish he would do this, but he's not nuts. And he's worth about, what, $500 million or him and his wife, whatever. Maybe people say, hey, somebody who's worth that amount of money can't be a lunatic. I don't know. I saw this number, and I had to talk about this today with you because maybe I'm missing something that you're not. Let's go to the phones. Bakersfield, California. Mark is with us. Hey, Mark, how are you?
Hey, hi, Paul. Nice to meet you, man.
How you doing?
Good. I'm back. I'm over here in California, Bakersfield. I'm like 110 miles north of Los Angeles.
Yeah.
So I'm way over here, and I was scrolling through my radio station. I ran upon you.
Yeah.
And I started streaming you for like 3 weeks now.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah. You're Connecticut's a Democrat part of the city. Right? Is that Democrat?
Oh yeah, I wouldn't say completely blue, but majority blue. Yes, sir. Yeah.
Okay, so if you don't mind, if I got time, like a minute or so, I'm gonna tell you a quick story.
Sure. Go ahead.
Okay, so my girlfriend 7 years ago, she was my girlfriend about that. 8 years ago, she was my girlfriend about that time.
Yeah.
We were together altogether about almost 15 years. But anyway. She's from Mexico, Michoacan. At that time, she didn't have citizenship. So when Trump came upon the scene, I see this coming. I seen it coming. And I was telling her, begging her, hey, let's get married. Get this done now. I got the money.
Yeah.
Because I think things are going to go sideways.
Yeah.
And at that time, she had no choice. I told her, we better do it now. So we got married. It's been 7 years now. It took us about 5 years, 6 years down the road, almost $10,000. To get things going, and finally got her Social Security number,
nice,
and all that, right?
Good.
Yes. So I told her the news yesterday about the Medicaid and all that stuff coming down, and well, she almost started crying. I told her, I said, hey, luckily that we got married, and now everything's great, and I'm looking back at it, and that's the only thing. Another thing I like about Trump, the only thing I disagree about Trump, but I did a lot of overtime.
Yeah. Oh, no tax on overtime, right?
Yeah, I get like 24, 25 hours max every check overtime.
Nice.
I'm a tow truck driver here.
Nice.
And I work for a pretty good sized company.
Nice.
And we do law enforcement rotation.
Oh, so you're on the police rotation, so you get calls all the time. Wow.
Yes, sir. I'm out there cleaning up wrecks.
Oh.
Taking out cars, flipping cars back over.
Oh.
And fortunately, we do a lot of fatalities out here.
Yeah. Hey, Mark, how often do you get on a crash scene, right? And you say to yourself, be honest with me, Mark, you say to yourself, how did that happen? Right? You get out there.
Yes. I say to everybody, I've seen it all the last 24 years.
Oh, man. Hey, Mark, I do have to run, Mark. Thank you so much. Listen, make sure you call back, all right?
Hey, Paul, I'm going to keep on listening.
Thank you, sir. Mark in California. Mark in California. I was actually watching a documentary that I would highly recommend. It's called Billy Mize, M-I-Z-E. No, not Billy Mays, the guy who tragically passed away, the pitch guy. Billy Mize and the Bakersfield Sound. And because we had that caller from Bakersfield there, the West Coast country music scene started in the 50s and 60s in Bakersfield, California. And it's about a legendary guy named Billy Mize who was the epitome of the Bakersfield Sound. And then, of course, you had the Nashville Sound. And that just reminded me. We had a call there from Bakersfield. Watch it, though. You can stream it for a few bucks. Billy Mize and the Bakersfield Sound. Billy Mize should have been a country music legend. Didn't want to tour, though. And you hear that so often. Musicians who should have been bigger didn't want to tour. You know who was that way, too? Another great documentary out there. If you're looking for something to stream this weekend, stream the Harry Nilsson documentary. Remember Harry Nilsson? Everybody's talking at me. Yeah, Harry Nilsson. John Lennon said he was the greatest songwriter that ever lived. But he had some mental issues and was very scared of performing. But man, oh man, what a great writer. Before we go to news, Paul in Orange is here. Hello, Paul. How are you?
Paul, thanks for my call as always. Paul, quick question about yesterday's show. I didn't have a chance.
Yeah.
Maybe your research department can help me.
Yeah.
I read an article about how J.P. Morgan Chase paid $365 million to the victims of some of these Epstein people. And it's so vague, I can't figure out what the heck does J.P. Morgan Chase have to do with Epstein, and why are they paying out hundreds of millions of dollars? If you do know, I'd like to know.
Yeah, I'll
look into that. Thank you, Paul.
I will, Paul. And the only thing I can think of, and again, who knows if that's true, I will look it up over the past couple of days, the next few days, Paul. Listen. Supposedly, Epstein's day job was as a financier and investment guy. Now, if that were some of his victims compensated because Epstein had, I don't know, some sort of a relationship with Chase, and for liability, I don't know. Paul, I'll take a look into that. Traffic and weather together right here. It's what is it? Oh, Friday on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Both 95 and the Parkway jamming up pretty heavy from Norwalk up into Bridgeport. 95 now is up to 45 minutes. Parkway very heavy into 41, 42. You open up through the no exit zone. Fairfield Trumbull side not too bad. Route 8 starting to slow as you get up towards the Commodore Hall Bridge. Both directions on the Parkway building off the Sikorsky Bridge. 95 heavy waves. Milford up into West Haven. Tom Colangelo, WICC traffic.
Clear this evening and tonight with a low in the mid-60s. A breeze light out of the northwest. Sunny and warm tomorrow with a high in the low 80s. There may be a shower or thunderstorm in the afternoon. Sunday, a few scattered showers. Partly sunny and warm with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing, more people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe even more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor, is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
This is your CT Insider weather update.
Sun, and sun for the most part. High will hit 90 with the lows in the mid-60s to low 70s. Chance of rain goes up, down, and up. So keep an eye out for some shower.
There's more to Connecticut with CT Insider. A hometown behind every headline. With every issue, investigation, or interview, there's more when you're following from the inside. Visit ctinsider.com for more.
Chronic migraine, 15 or more headache days a month, each lasting 4 hours or more, can make me feel like a spectator in my own life.
Botox, onabotulinum toxin A, prevents headaches in adults with chronic migraine. It's not for those with 14 or fewer headache days a month. It's the #1 prescribed branded chronic migraine preventive treatment.
Prescription Botox is injected by your doctor. Effects of Botox may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. Alert your doctor right away, as difficulty swallowing, speaking, breathing, eye problems, or muscle weakness can be signs of a life-threatening condition. Patients with these conditions before injection are at highest risk. Side effects may include allergic reactions, neck and injection site pain, fatigue, and headache. Allergic reactions can include rash, welts, asthma symptoms, and dizziness. Don't receive Botox if there's a skin infection. Tell your doctor your medical history, muscle or nerve conditions, including ALS, Lou Gehrig's disease, myasthenia gravis, or Lambert-Eaton syndrome, and medications, including botulinum toxins, as these may increase the risk of serious side effects.
Why wait? Ask your doctor, visit BotoxChronicMigraine.com, or call 1-800-44-BOTOX to learn more.
Lost one or more teeth to gum disease, tooth decay, or an injury? Downtown Dental can help with top-notch care to get your healthy and beautiful smile back. And at the lowest price around, guaranteed. Get dental implants for $999 with crowns and dental implants in a day. Get the best quality at the guaranteed lowest price you will only find at Downtown Dental. With offices in Bridgeport, Norwalk, or West Haven, dental implants just $999. Visit downtowndentalct.com.
Walk when they say you can't stand. Laugh when they say you won't speak. When you're recovering from a severe illness or injury, even the smallest tasks can be the greatest mountains to climb. But at Gaylord Specialty Healthcare, we're not just doctors and nurses and therapists. We're experts and specialists and leaders. And we do whatever it takes to make your recovery possible. Gaylord Specialty Healthcare. Think possible.
Now hiring for night nurse positions. Go to gaylord.org/nursing to learn more.
Frank Pepe Pizzeria, celebrating 100 years of Beats.
My grandfather, Frank Pepe, didn't just create Beats. He created a gathering place that our family is still proud to share to this day. My mother and aunt built on his dream. Today, my siblings, cousins, and I are honored to continue the tradition. Pepe's has always been about family, ours and the generations of families who gather at our tables.
Frank Pepe Pizzeria, passionate about pizza since 1925. Visit your local Pepe's today.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. An explosion this morning at the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department training facility has killed at least 3 people. This man works there.
It's a sad day. Usually there's, you hear, shells going off because it's a training facility. But when you hear an explosion like that and just the news, it's definitely heartbreaking.
The explosion happened in a parking lot filled with sheriff patrol cars and box trucks and may have been triggered by material recovered yesterday. Another development in the case of the Epstein files. Here's CBS's Natalie Brand.
President Trump ordered Attorney General Pam Bondi to seek to release pertinent grand jury records from the accused sex traffickers case, which Bondi says she will ask the court to do.
President Trump is threatening to sue the Wall Street Journal over reports that the president allegedly sent a bawdy letter to Epstein for his 50th birthday, the president seeking to further distance himself from Epstein. CBS News Brief. I'm Linda Kenyon.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Bridgeport Mayor Joe Ganim says he's not comfortable with the release of Adrian Peeler from federal prison years ahead of schedule and made his feelings known at a news conference yesterday.
But this type of lawlessness was never tolerated then and is not tolerated now. So we're demanding answers from the federal government, answers from those that signed, if it was the president that signed this. If he delegated that authority illegally to someone else, we want to investigate in the answers. And if this can be stopped, the return of this individual back to the city of Bridgeport, we want to stop that.
Peeler completed a 25-year prison term for conspiracy to commit murder over the 1999 killings of 8-year-old crime witness Leroy B.J. Brown and his mother, Karen Clark. Peeler still had several years left of a 15-year federal drug sentence when President Biden commuted his sentence. Police Chief Roderick Porter at that same news conference echoed many of Ganim's sentiments.
If there's some way that this could be reversed, it needs to be reversed. This is not what our criminal justice system is about. It's not what we expect as a community. We expect individuals to be held accountable for their acts proportionately and responsibly.
Ganim says Peeler should not have been granted clemency based on his criminal history. State leaders are calling for an increase in funding for community health centers. The nonprofit community-based facilities provide primary and preventative care to everyone, regardless of income or insurance status. At a news conference this week attended by WTNH-TV News 8, Governor Ned Lamont praised the work done at these facilities.
And I think it represents the very best in healthcare in our country, something we ought to try and replicate.
The state's community health centers currently serve approximately 500,000 people each year. The governor also signed a new bill yesterday that will prevent police from handcuffing children. The controversial bill received wide support in the General Assembly, although some Republicans did not agree with it. The law specifically prohibits police from using handcuffs on children under the age of 14. At a news conference attended by WFSB Channel 3, Bridgeport Democratic State Representative Steve Staffstrom spoke about how this bill makes Connecticut safer.
A single night in jail can be enough to traumatize a kid, to lead them not down a path of rehabilitation, but down a path of repeat incarceration. This bill begins to unravel that.
The bill would go into effect on October 1st of this year. A Milford man is facing charges after one of his dogs died in a hot car. Police say John Torres left 2 dogs in his vehicle back on July 10th. The temperature reached 93 degrees that day, and the animals were left in the car with the windows rolled up. A French bulldog later died of heat stroke. Torres is charged with cruelty to animals. Dr. Listy Thomas from St. Vincent's Medical Center gave some tips to drivers to avoid forgetting pets and children in the back seat of a car.
Taking off my shoes and putting them in the back seat so that I have to look in the back seat before I leave the car. You can do things like putting your phone in the back seat. It becomes almost like a habit.
A Danbury Schools employee is facing criminal charges accusing her of sending revenge porn. Police say 32-year-old Catherine Fernandez took the adult male victim's phone and used it to send private sexual materials to some of his contacts. Fernandez reportedly was upset after going through the man's phone and finding text messages between him and other women. She's accused of then sending sexual content from the phone to underage relatives, his boss, co-workers, father, and others. Fairfield police have reached within the department to hire a new police chief. The Fairfield Police Commission has confirmed Michael Paris to be the town's next chief. Paris has been with Fairfield Police since 2006, most recently serving as a captain overseeing patrol operations. A formal swearing-in ceremony will be held for Paris in the near future. And the first Wegmans supermarket in Connecticut is prepared to open next week. The New York-based chain is opening a 92,000 square foot store on Connecticut Avenue in Norwalk on July 23rd. The store will also feature a market cafe that offers fresh sandwiches, pizza, soups, sushi, and desserts. Wegmans has hired around 500 people to staff the new store. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
We're still accident-free across lower Fairfield County, but we have volume delays, and it's getting up to 40 minutes now. Norwalk getting up into Bridgeport, pretty solid once you cross Route 7 up through Fairfield, Southport. Parkway northbound, not too bad. Stamper, New Canaan, heavy into Route 7. You stay slow up to 42 in Westport. Fairfield side, not too bad. Route 8 starting to build a little bit up into the Commodore Hull Bridge. Parkway busy southbound off the Sikorsky Bridge. Northbound 95 busy, West Haven into Long Wharf. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear with a low in the mid-60s. Sunny and warm tomorrow with a high in the low 80s. There may be a shower or a thunderstorm. Sunday, a few widely scattered showers. Partly sunny and warm with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
If Stamford is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And of course, here for you, a number to call, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. A lot of well-focused outrage, I think, at this Adrian Peeler release.
But this type of lawlessness was never tolerated then. It is not tolerated now. So we're demanding answers from the federal government, answers from those that signed, if it was the president to sign this, If he delegated that authority illegally to someone else, we want to investigate in the answers. And if this can be stopped, the return of this individual back to the city of Bridgeport, we want to stop that.
And good for Mayor Joe Ganim. Yesterday, you heard some of those comments on WICC at the bottom of the hour. News there from Chris. We played it for you yesterday as well. Yes, Mayor Joe Ganim and Chief Roderick Porter speaking in a park dedicated to the memory of the child that was killed, the 8-year-old B.J., Leroy B.J. Brown Jr., along with his mother, Karen Clark, there that was killed in Bridgeport, 1999, by the brother of Adrian Peeler, Russell Peeler, who was on death row but isn't anymore. Thank you, Dan Malloy. Don't get me started on that. But here's the sad part, and I can't help but, and it's not like I'm doing this for effect, but don't you feel the same way I do? We're never going to find out the reason for this. Now, we should, and, Senator Blumenthal says, he thinks it's a mistake. It was an oversight. Where's Chris Murphy on this, by the way? In fact, now, again, I may have missed a comment here or two or three, but instead of constantly bitching and moaning about Trump, which they can, that's their right and probably their duty as the opposition party, I hope, wouldn't it be nice if Chris Murphy, now maybe he said something, I don't know, I haven't seen anything pop up in my social feeds, but the mayor, Joe Ganim, is upset, the police chief is upset, Richard Blumenthal is upset. How about Chris Murphy? How about Rosa DeLauro? How about Jim Himes? How about Johanna Hayes? How about John Larson? How about Joe Courtney? How about other mayors and first select persons in the area? Because I got news for you, Mayor, and I got news for you, Senator Blumenthal. With all good intentions, the Justice Department, the previous Justice Department appeals people, the clemency people, the however what process this goes through, they don't want to tell you anything. They'll cite some sort of bogus client privacy and all this. But honestly, it's a good question that needs to be answered. Who thought, and I, from what I understand, these applications have to come from somebody. Who thought that giving Adrian Peeler less jail time, even if it wasn't on the murder charge, which this wasn't. This was a federal drug charge. Who, and okay, you can ask, nothing wrong with asking, but who thought this was a good idea? And you read stuff like this, and you wonder, well, and Senator Blumenthal saying, well, a mistake was made or an oversight. Oversight? An oversight is me forgetting my dentist appointment earlier today. An oversight is not getting your accountant the W-2s or the 1099s he asked you for last week. That's an oversight. An oversight is not signing off on something, real pen or auto pen or whatever, that frees or cuts down prison time for a guy that by any measure is not a good guy. I don't care what he may have changed in prison. It is mind-boggling. And the fact that I guess we don't have any answers to a lot of other questions, as the mayor said, quote, is there supervised release? Is there parole? Is there parole, rather? Is there probation? Is there somebody to report to? Or does this fall in the lap of the city of Bridgeport to deal with? How is it possible that this happens and the mayor and Bridgeport officials have no answers here? Connecticut politicians on both sides of the aisle have been critical of the Biden decision, says here in the Connecticut Mirror, including whether or not he used an auto pen. Joe Ganim continued, if Joe Biden wants to release this individual, let him take him to Delaware or let him be released there if he thinks he should be returned to society, but not in Bridgeport. Look, is there how many people think that Joe Biden had any idea of what he was doing here? Did anybody say, now, Mr. Biden, this next file This guy, Adrian Peeler, his brother used to be on death row, not anymore. Adrian Peeler did have some participation and a conviction in connection with the shooting of a mother and her small child who was supposed to be a witness in a case. And he served time for that, but then he got a federal drug charge. Does anybody think that Joe Biden, in his right mind or left mind, said, oh, that's a good idea. Let me sign off on this. Come on. But again, they're going to run the clock out on this. And I think the people of Bridgeport, the people of Connecticut, well, they have a right to know. Do you think Joe Biden had any idea about what he was doing? And if he did, shame on him. But somebody thought that maybe it wasn't Joe Biden, maybe it wasn't his son, maybe it wasn't the former First Lady. But come on, can we get some answers to this? But see, they don't want to give the answers, and I'll tell you why coming back right here on WICC.
Hey, Yankees fans, arrive early at Yankee Stadium on Saturday, August 9th for our Old Timers Day, commemorating the 25th anniversary of the 2000 Yankees winning the Subway Series, presented by Fresh Direct. See Yankees legends put on the pinstripes again and take the field at Yankee Stadium. Relive memories of your favorite former Yankees and make new memories with your family. Get your Saturday, August 9th Old Timers Day tickets commemorating the 25th anniversary of the 2000 Yankees, presented by Fresh Direct, at yankees.com/tickets today.
If you're looking for a great price on Falcon tires, there's only one place to go, Town Fair Tire, where you always get the guaranteed lowest price on Falcon tires. But it doesn't end there, because Town Fair Tire gives you free services for the life of your Falcon tires. More free services than any other tire dealer. That's why we say nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal, and I mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices, Town Fair Tire.
Whether it's day or night, hot flashes due to menopause can be unpredictable. That's why there's Veoza, a prescription treatment proven to reduce the number and severity of hot flashes day and night that can start working in as early as 1 week. Based on clinical studies measuring efficacy at 4 and 12 weeks, individual results may vary. Talk to your healthcare provider about what this may mean for you. For moderate to severe vasomotor symptoms or hot flashes and night sweats due to menopause, Veoza can cause serious side effects, including liver problems. Your doctor will do blood tests before and during treatment. Stop Veoza and call your doctor if you have symptoms of liver problems, such as feeling more tired than usual, decreased appetite, nausea, vomiting, itching, yellowing of the eyes or skin, pale stool, dark urine, or stomach pain. Don't use Veoza if you have cirrhosis, severe kidney problems, kidney failure, or take CYP1A2 inhibitors. Ask your doctor about Veoza. To learn more, call 1-866-239-1637 or go to Veoza.com. That's VEOZAH.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
We're still accident-free across lower Fairfield County, but we have volume delays, and it's getting up to 40 minutes now. Norwalk getting up into Bridgeport, pretty solid once you cross Route 7 up through Fairfield, Southport. Parkway northbound, not too bad. Stamper, New Canaan, heavy into Route 7. You stay slow up to 42 in Westport. Fairfield side, not too bad. Route 8 starting to build a little bit up into the Commodore Hull Bridge. Parkway busy southbound off the Sikorsky Bridge. Northbound 95 busy West Haven into Long Wharf. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
Clear this evening and tonight with a low in the mid-60s. A breeze light out of the northwest. Sunny and warm tomorrow with a high in the low 80s. There may be a shower or thunderstorm in the afternoon. Sunday, a few scattered showers. Partly sunny and warm with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Never miss a moment when you listen through your Amazon Echo.
It's Connecticut Today.
It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
(203-333-9422) 333 WICC. How does this happen? Explain that to me. 203-333-9422 333 WICC. The commutation or the clemency, whatever it is a bunch of different. Basically, Adrian Peeler got out of jail early. They gave him a get out of jail early card on a drug charge, a federal drug charge. Now, he did do time in connection with the killing of Leroy B.J. Brown and his mother back in 1999. So we all remember that story. But how does this happen that he's let out early? Somebody has to make that decision. Because, I just had somebody message me here, text me at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And this text came in about, obviously, my discussion about the Peeler case here, and some very pointed comments that Mayor Gannon made, and good for him, and Chief Porter made, and good for him about this case. Somebody said, hey, Paul, you know what it is? Somebody blanked up on that one. And I'm editing that. You blanked out. You put your own word in there. But here's the bottom line. How could they, again, blank up on this if they see a name? So here's my question. Was it a blank up, or, as I have mused before, is our justice system, are there people in high levels of society, hear me out on this, that have sympathy for criminals? I know it's not, you think somebody, Paul, would actually, they're trying to make a statement by doing this with the Peeler case and then moving it on to the president? Well, yeah, I do. How else do you explain it? So we have this person who just texted me, thank you for the text, 333-9422, and this person saying, well, somebody blanked up on this. I don't think it was a blank up. You-know-what? I don't think so. It's just all done on purpose. There is a process, from what I understand here, that goes on, and you have Justice Department officials. I guess somebody at some level has to start the appeal process. This takes a long time. I guess the cases have to be reviewed. There has to be a basis. Well, what do they say? Did they say, well, Adrian Peeler was influenced by his bad guy brother, that's why he's on death row? I mean, I don't know. But these are the kind of things that make you wonder. Somebody else here just texts me on this. Hi, Paul. It was a blank up because Joe Biden didn't know what he was doing, or he gave permission to somebody else that had no idea or any clue. Somehow, some low-level clerk or intern who knows, like the mayor said, he passed the baton legally. But to me, that's not a blank up. Unless nobody is reading. Is anybody reading the case file? Did anybody go online? Google is your friend. Did anybody Google the media coverage from News 12 or Channel 8 or Channel 30 or Fox 61 or Channel 3? Stuff that we did here at WICC years ago on that? This person also said maybe gross incompetence, not unheard of from politicians or government. But see, at that level, with all due respect, I'm not buying that. Somebody saw, or you would assume, because none of us, do you ever hear an explanation of how this process works? No. I'm sure you could find it somewhere, but somebody had to. They had to. Somebody had to read the particulars of this case, the particulars of Russell Peeler, the particulars of Adrian Peeler, the particulars of the murders, the double murders here. Somebody, you would think, had to read that case. I doubt somebody picked look at this file. Yeah, somebody appealed for, they want this guy, Adrian Peeler. Okay, sounds good. I like the name. You know what I mean? Somebody had to read the particulars of the case and go, and then maybe get back to somebody who filed this, appeal for clemency or pardon or whatever it was, of a form of clemency, and saying, hey, okay, we're reading the case here. Why do you think this is necessary? There's something missing here. There's something missing. And where'd this come from? Was it from a family member? I don't know. Was it from a Bridgeport organization? Was it from a civil rights group? That's what I want to find out. I know the mayor's upset. I get it. I know the police chief is upset. I get it. I told you, a dear friend of mine on the media covered that trial for a state TV station years ago. She said, my God, all the memories are coming back now that this story is back. It was horrible. She said to sit there and hear the testimony all the time that she didn't go, okay, fine, I get that. It must have been, oh, my God. But I want names. I want names, places, dates, or whatever. And listen, if Dick Blumenthal is serious about this, if Joe Ganim is serious about this, if Chief Porter is serious about this, and I have no doubt they are, then don't let this one go. Don't let it go. Do not, gentlemen, I'm telling you, and ladies, if anybody is involved on that side of the gender spectrum, don't let it go. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Are there privacy rules that say we can't know about A, who makes the applications, B, who looks at them, and C, who makes the decisions? See, again, this goes back to my core belief. I don't care whether it's Joe Biden. I don't care whether it's Donald Trump, because believe me, Trump has pardoned a lot of people. I go, what? Pardon or clemency? Why? Well, you do see, you put two and two together. Well, his uncle or his niece or his daughter. No. If I was in the White House, President Pacelli, yes, sir. Do you plan on issuing any pardons? No. Let them all rot. That's what I would. No, seriously. The presidential powers of clemency and pardons and all that were envisioned by the Founding Fathers if somebody was wronged if there was a gross wrong in the prosecution or in the defense of a case. Was somebody on the take? Was it an inadequate defense? Was it somebody who couldn't even afford a lawyer and they had a really bad public defender going up against some hotshot prosecutor who's trying to be elected governor someday? That's the kind of stuff you want to know. Did a cop pass away and on his deathbed he said, yeah, remember that case? That evidence was all faked and I know it because I did it. That's different. But the Peeler case? Come on. Stop. Traffic and weather together right here, WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Both roadways about the same on Fairfield County right now. That's 95 and the Parkway about 25 to 30 minutes. Stamford up to Norwalk. Both roadways 40 minutes to go from Norwalk up into Bridgeport. 95's heaviest into Westport, Southport. Parkway with the jam up into 42. Fairfield side not too bad. Route 8 slowing a little bit into the bridge in Shelton. Further north, you're looking good. New Haven County 95 with a hit or miss company up to West Haven Long Wharf. Parkway's not bad up to the West Rock Tunnel. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear with a low in the mid-60s. Sunny and warm tomorrow with a high in the low 80s. There may be a shower or a thunderstorm. Sunday, a few widely scattered showers. Partly sunny and warm with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
It's time to make an appointment to tour Forest Hills Milford, one of the newest luxury rental 55 and over communities in Connecticut. Step into a home where every detail is designed to offer ease and comfort. Forest Hills Milford's spacious, brand new luxury apartments include assigned garage parking with elevator access and use modern technologies to bring ease and comfort to everyday living. Nestled in the beauty of Milford, close to beaches, golf, marinas, and more. Visit foresthillsmilford.info to learn more. Forest Hills Milford, home made easy.
This is the sound of captivity. This is the sound of rescue. And this is the sound of freedom. Give Armenia's captive bears a second chance by supporting International Animal Rescue. Call 508-826-1083 or search The Great Bear Rescue to learn more.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
Okay, news, top of the hour. An update from Chris and CBS. Bill in New Haven is here from my hometown. Bill, how are you, sir? Hello. Hello, Bill. What do you got?
Hey, what's up?
You tell me.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about that. We'll take it out when he gets out.
Well, see, it may be. You never know, Bill.
Oh, no. See, the Hells Angels, where I lived in Derby and Shelton.
Yeah.
Had a problem like that. It would disappear quick.
Somebody would disappear. Huh? Hey, what happened to so-and-so? I don't know.
Oh, that's when the Hells Angels run Derby.
Yeah.
Back in the 70s. Oh, yeah, they did.
You don't
get it.
So are you
Derby
saying
was run by the Hells Angels.
are you saying that the Hells Angels took matters in their own hands, Bill? Is that what you're saying?
That's right. When I was a kid, my mother would say, "We can't go downtown, Sonny. Got a problem down there." I said, "Okay."
Okay, Mom. That's it. You didn't ask. They had
to bring the state cops in. Look it up.
You didn't ask what was the problem. They never told you. They never told you.
Well, they took care of that, but they couldn't go down there until they had to bring the state cops in. Yeah, back in the 70s, crazy.
All right, Bill. Bill, got to run. Have a good weekend. Have a good weekend, my friend. Bill and Bill, Bill mentions that the Hells Angels scenario there in the Valley. One of our late callers, Chuck. God bless him. Rest in peace. Nauga Chuck, as we used to call him. Chuck alluded to the, shall we say, the motorcycle social clubs in the Valley back then. Heard that from a couple of other people as well. All right, Bill, you take care of yourself. In my hometown, the city of Elms, city of New Haven. Yes, my early days in this business with a cassette recorder talking to people at Yale, and I'm walking away going, ooh.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Linda Kenyon. An explosion at the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department training facility has killed at least 3 people. Sheriff Robert Luna called their deaths a tremendous loss.
Between all 3 sworn members, they had served our community proudly for 74 years, and that's amongst all 3 of them collectively.
CBS's Anna Schechter has details on what happened.
Material that was recovered yesterday, and potentially these 3 officials were moving the material, and while they were moving the material, it just exploded.
President Trump has signed a cryptocurrency bill into law.
Thank you, everybody, very much. Thank you.
The so-called Genius Act sets regulations for a type of cryptocurrency known as stablecoins.
You've made our dollar look really good and strong and powerful. It's good for the dollar and it's good for the country.
The president has asked his attorney general to get authorization from the court to release grand jury testimony in the Jeffrey Epstein case, a case that has roiled some of Trump's own supporters. CBS's Willie James Inman has more.
They're hoping that if you throw a dog a bone, that he'll be quiet a little bit. The MAGA world has really just exploded, I should say, in terms of reacting to the information that they had been waiting for, information on Jeffrey Epstein's clients, and some MAGA supporters of the president even calling for the ouster of the attorney general.
The largest wildfire in the country is burning in Oregon. KXL's Heather Roberts says there's no containment of what's being called the Cram Fire.
At more than 94,000 acres, Central Oregon's Cram Fire is bumping up against mega fire status, a benchmark those living in the area would rather not meet. Operations Section Chief Scott Stutzman says crews today are focused on protecting homes.
Concentrating on securing those structures within the footprint of the fire.
Hot, dry, and windy weather continue to challenge firefighters. It made a push to the south yesterday. A red flag warning remains in effect today. Heather Roberts for CBS News, Portland.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu called Pope Leo today after an Israeli shell hit Gaza's only Catholic church, killing 3 people. CBS's Sabina Castelfranco has the details.
In that phone call, Pope Leo urged the Israeli Prime Minister to renew peace talks and protect places of worship. The Pope expressed his deep concern over the humanitarian crisis in the enclave and called for an immediate ceasefire. Sabina Castelfranco, CBS News, Rome.
In addition to the 3 people killed, 10 others were injured, including a priest who developed a close friendship with the late Pope Francis. This is CBS News.
Progressive Insurance, with insurance for cars, home, boat, motorcycles, RVs, and commercial vehicles at 1-800-PROGRESSIVE and Progressive.com.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-230-2777. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-230-2777. That's 800-230-2777 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-230-2777. 800-230-2777.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Bridgeport Mayor Joe Ganim says he's not comfortable with the release of Adrian Peeler from prison years ahead of schedule and made it clear at a news conference yesterday.
But this type of lawlessness was never tolerated then. It is not tolerated now. So we're demanding answers from the federal government, answers from those that signed, if it was the president that signed this, if he delegated that authority illegally to someone else, we want to investigate in the answers. And if this can be stopped, the return of this individual back to the city of Bridgeport, we want to stop that.
Peeler completed a 25-year prison term for conspiracy to commit murder over the 1999 killings of 8-year-old crime witness Leroy B.J. Brown and his mother, Karen Clark. Peeler still had several years left of a 15-year federal drug sentence when President Biden commuted his sentence. At that same news conference yesterday, Police Chief Roderick Porter echoed many of Ganim's sentiments.
If there's some way that this could be reversed, it needs to be reversed. This is not what our criminal justice system is about. It's not what we expect as a community. We expect individuals to be held accountable for their acts proportionately and responsibly.
Ganim says Peeler should not have been granted clemency based on his criminal history. A Danbury Schools employee is facing criminal charges accusing her of sending revenge porn. Police say 32-year-old Catherine Fernandez took the adult male victim's phone and used it to send private sexual materials to some of his contacts. Fernandez reportedly was upset after going through the man's phone and finding text messages between him and other women. She's accused of then sending sexual content from the phone to underage relatives, his boss, co-workers, father, and others. Fairfield police have reached within the department to hire a new police chief. The Fairfield Police Commission has confirmed Michael Paris to be the town's next chief. Paris has been with Fairfield Police since 2006, most recently serving as a captain overseeing patrol operations. A formal swearing-in ceremony will be held for Paris in the near future. And Chick-fil-A is seeking to open a restaurant in the Milford Crossing Shopping Center in Milford. Developers are seeking permission to place the restaurant next to the Barnes & Noble bookstore in the shopping center. The chicken-themed restaurant would be over 5,000 square feet and would feature 2 drive-through lanes. Chick-fil-A currently has 16 locations across Connecticut, including not far from Milford in Shelton and in Fairfield. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway northbound, not too bad out of Stamford, New Canaan, Apache. Volume packed in solid, though. Route 7 up to 42 in Westport, getting reports of a possible accident in the mix. Once you pass 42, you open up in through the no-exit zone. Fairfield Trumbull side, really not too bad. 95 heavy waves, Stamford, Greenwich. And then a pretty solid ride now from Sherwood Island, getting up into Southport, Fairfield. Route 8 building into the bridge, not too bad as you make your way into New Haven County on 95 or the Parkway. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
Clear this evening and tonight, with a low in the mid-60s, a breeze light out of the northwest. Sunny and warm tomorrow with a high in the low 80s. There may be a shower or thunderstorm in the afternoon. Sunday, a few scattered showers. Partly sunny and warm with a high in the mid 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
With the governor of the state, Governor Ned Lamont, the incumbent Democrat, who may run for a third term, maybe not. He's stretching out the decision a little bit, although I think he said, to be fair to the governor, the end of this month, so we'll see. Now, there are people on the Republican side of the aisle in the state who think Governor Lamont's horrible. How could anybody like him? There are people in the governor's own party who say Governor Lamont is horrible. How could any Democrat vote for him? But maybe Ned Lamont has the secret sauce, as we like to say. Or the special sauce, as they used to say with those Mickey D's ads. A new survey gives Governor Ned Lamont a 63% approval rating. Now, that's 63% from Morning Consult among registered voters in the state, and they say the margin of error on that, in other words, how far could they be off one way or the other, they say is 6 points. So even if it's a 6-point error, it's still at 57%. So 57%, that would be a 57-43 blowout over any Republican candidate. Not that the Republican candidates are bad candidates. I think any one of the three declared ones would be a good governor. Jen Tooker, Ryan Fazio, who's not really declared. Jen Tooker's declared. Ryan Fazio is thinking about it. Aaron Stewart still thinking about it, raising money. I get it. I understand it. But there's something with Ned Lamont, I think, being a bulwark to his own party loonies that's giving him the numbers he has. So let's say it's 57%. Well, that would be 57-43. So Republicans, pay attention. And you liberal Democrats, Josh Elliott, Saud Anwar, Bob Duff, Julie Kushner, Martin Looney, you're wagging your finger at this guy and throwing a tantrum, and most people in Connecticut are like, hey, fine with us. Veto the housing bill. Veto that asinine bill that would have paid strikers unemployment. So what do you think? A new survey gives Governor Ned Lamont a 63% approval rating. The key question, will he win if he runs for a third term? As usual, right around this time, the erstwhile rock and roll, bon vivant, man about town, Chris Williams, is perusing the answers, sifting out the ones with obscenities. Chris, what do you have as far as the answers for today?
They are a mixed bag today. One from Paul says, yes, he won't complete it because he'll be running for president in 2028. Guy says they mean 63% of Democrat. Meldor wanted to know who did they survey. And Carl says, I think he would be better than a radical liberal Dem like AOC. He doesn't seem to play favorites. And Dave says he doesn't have my approval. And Steven says, I was never surveyed. That's a big no.
To that question as to being 63% of Democrats, actually, just to make sure you know, generally in these surveys, Ned Lamont gets about 10% of his support from Republicans. He gets 10 to 12% support from Republicans. Just so you know. Let's go to Rich in Fairfield at 11 past. Hey, Rich, good afternoon. How are you?
I'm well, Paul. You know, I'm hitting a lot of home runs today.
Thank you.
This Adrian Peeler situation, we all remember the horrendous situation, what went on. You know what? 3 quick thoughts here, and I've been thinking about this since the news came out about this a few days ago. You know, seems very obvious to me that some White House staffer or whoever compiled this list of these people that should be let out of jail just didn't go back far enough in the research to find out that this just wasn't a guy thrown in there for drugs in a drug situation. They never researched far enough back and found out that these crimes that this guy committed. Okay, and and we all know that Joe Biden didn't make up a list and review it. He just it was put in front of him or signed with the automatic signer, and and the other thing is, 2 more points. The founding fathers, they put a lot of faith in a possible fact and the future fact that any chief executive would be a person of honor and utilize the pardon power correctly and use it with integrity. And the power to pardon is absolute.
Yeah.
Simply worded language in the Constitution, short, sweet, and to the point.
Yeah.
Not a lot of garbage or extra words, and there's no way short of a constitutional amendment that can be reversed. There's no provision for rescinding of a pardon. And so Dick Blumenthal and everybody else can go crazy, but I don't see any way that this can be rescinded, and this travesty is going to stand, unfortunately.
And Rich, thank you so much for the call and appreciate the kind words. Thank you. You make a very interesting point there, Rich. Rich's point was interesting in one thing. Maybe was the research not done on this deep enough? In other words, remember, there are 2 cases here. The murder of Karen Clark and little Leroy B.J. Brown, which ostensibly, but there are some people who have doubted that, it was done by Russell Peeler, Adrian Peeler's brother. Now, you wonder, as our phone caller just said, did the research go back far enough, or did they just see the drug charges, the federal drug charges? I would hope, you would think that a complete dossier was looked at, but again, a lot of this is done in secret by the Justice Department. All right, coming up in just a couple of seconds, you would think that the elimination of Stephen Colbert's show by CBS is going to shatter the earth. I think we'll be okay. But it is creating a big buzz with maybe political implications. We'll talk about that coming up.
Connecticut has the best pizza in the entire country. That's why the best way to celebrate our state is by trying all the best pizza around. The Connecticut Pizza and Brew Fest with Brown Roofing, driven by Mazda of Milford, returns to the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater Sunday, July 20th. Get your tickets now at voiceofct.com. Food trucks, craft beer, live music, pizza panels, and so much more. Celebrate all things pizza at the Connecticut Pizza and Brew Fest.
You've been hit and you're hurt. You were in a crash and now you're also out of cash. You need someone by your side. You need George Ganem to help you through the injury and legal process. With decades of experience helping clients injured in an accident, George Ganem takes on the insurance companies to get you the settlement you deserve fast. George Ganem will fight for you. Call George at 203-713-8383 or GanemInjuryLawyers.com.
There's always a reason to visit Gusto Trattoria in Milford. The brand new outdoor pavilion is open. Come dine al fresco in this beautiful and spacious outdoor area, complete with fireplace and full bar. Live music is back Fridays at 7 and Sundays at 4. Plus, book your next special occasion at Gusto and select from one of the many private room choices. Modern and classic Italian dishes, a glass of rosé, outdoor dining, and music. It's all at Gusto Trattoria, 255 Boston Post Road, Milford. The art of Italian living. GustoTrattoria.com.
Are the taxes on your financial savings cutting into your retirement? Do you truly understand the taxes on your IRAs and 401ks? Would you like a future where your taxes are minimized and investments are sound? If you're nearing or in retirement, have at least a $250,000 portfolio, Bridgelight Financial Advisors can help. Call for a complimentary consultation. They'll show you real tax savings on your savings. 203-795-7080. 203-795-7080. Bridgelight Financial Advisors, your retirement tax strategy specialists.
Hey, it's Melissa Sheketoff, host of Melissa in the Morning here on the Voice of Connecticut. I want to tell you about MADE, a leadership series of events I've been hosting with the Department of Economic and Community Development and the Connecticut Business and Industry Association. MADE is designed to equip Connecticut's industry professionals with the connections, resources, and insights necessary to create opportunity in today's business landscape. Topics included so far: how to attract and keep top talent, and innovation and the advancements right here in Connecticut. Don't worry, though, if you've missed it, check out what we've learned on the podcast at voiceofct.com. The next Made series will focus on reputation and how your business can stand out. If you want to stay ahead of the curve in business and build game-changing connections, you need to listen to the podcast. It's on voiceofct.com, and join me at the next Made event. Details coming soon at connecticutmade.com.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 still holding at about 40 minutes, making your way from Norwalk, getting up to the 8 and 25 connector. Parkway accident reported in the mix right by 42 in Westport. Pretty solid back to Route 7. Fairfield-Trumbullside, really not too bad. Route 8, some patchy volume up to the bridge, not too bad. Getting up towards Ansonia and Seymour. Parkway into New Haven County looks pretty good. Some company by the tunnel. And Route 95 with some heavier company West Haven into Milford. Traffic brought to you by Kitchen Corner. Visit Kitchen Corner in Fairfield, the headquarters for your cooking needs and grilling essentials, offering expert knife sharpening. Give them a call at 203-374-1118 or kitchen-corner.com. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear with a low in the mid-60s. Sunny and warm tomorrow with a high in the low 80s. There may be a shower or thunderstorm. Sunday, a few widely scattered showers. Partly sunny and warm with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Tell Paul what he needs to know. Text 203-333-9422. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli. WICC 600 and 95.9. The voice of Connecticut.
A lot of people not happy. Now, a lot of the country doesn't care, but a lot of people not happy with the kind of whispered implications of an announcement from CBS Television, the entertainment division, and Stephen Colbert saying Late Night with Stephen Colbert is going to be done next year. See you later. Goodbye. Now, the guy was getting paid a lot of money. The demographics were still good, but is there more behind this? Quinnipiac University Associate Professor of Journalism and the Chair of the Journalism Department. Return visit from Ben Bogardus to talk about this. Hey, Ben, it's Paul. How you been? How are you?
I'm doing well.
So, what do you think here? Because, Ben, a lot of people maybe from my generation that you probably have talked to on this are saying, is this a Smothers Brothers thing all over again from the Nixon years? But are people, Ben, you think, reading too much into this or not? What are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I think it's one of those situations where two things can be true at the same time because Paramount, the owner of CBS, wants to merge with a company. They need regulatory approval. So they are trying to sort of make nice with the government and the Trump administration. But at the same time, you know, the demographics of late night TV and TV in general are also changing. And I can see an argument where, you know, Stephen Colbert making a lot of money, high production costs in New York City, large staff, things like that. And the network is saying, you know, people aren't watching live TV anymore. They're more into streaming. Younger people are just watching short clips online. So, you know, it could be, you know, one of those situations where both things can be true at the same time. It's an effort to appease the Trump administration, and it's also a cost-saving measure for the network.
Yeah, it's interesting because, look, Ben, I mean, obviously we're talking Colbert here, but, you know, Jimmy Kimmel, Seth Meyers, these other shows, these aren't exactly wonderful Trump-loving shows either. So I know there's a political slant to this, but I'm wondering here if people are reading too much into that and not enough of what you just said. I mean, Mr. Colbert is rumored to make about $15 million a year. Then you have the theater rental, the union costs. And one thing, Ben, I always remind people about, and you obviously agree with this, I would think, yeah, all these guys are funny. Not really. It's their writers who are very funny as well, and they get paid big bucks.
Absolutely. People behind the scenes. And also because this production is based in New York City, whenever they do California-based or entertainment-based programming, they have to fly the people in and put them up in hotels. So there is a lot more cost than it may seem for a program like this, especially when it is done, you know, so often and, you know, 4 nights a week, 5 nights a week. In sort of a live tape format like that. It's a very expensive proposition. But again, on the other hand, it also fits into the, you know, overall narrative that, you know, people are watching more clips online, listening to podcasts for their information. And so CBS is thinking, is this really a cost-effective way to make money, or can we repurpose the money we're spending there onto our streaming services, which are growing in popularity?
Oh, or you wonder, Ben, and somebody at the station here said, what do you think CBS is going to do? You know, Ben, I could see them maybe saying, hey, do we find one of these influencers, right, that you and I just mentioned? We don't have to pay them Colbert money. It'll give us an angle toward a much younger demo. It'll be a shorter show with a faster pace show. I'm sure, Ben, I would think that they're looking at something like that, but maybe not. I don't know.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, I think the Colbert has to be thinking about doing that as well. You know, he doesn't necessarily need a network behind him to do the show and talk about the things he wants. And for him, it could be almost a blessing in the sense that he won't have to worry about pressure from the network, what he wants to say and do. He can get his own podcast, he can get his own Substack. A lot of journalists who have been laid off, a lot of entertainers, have decided to, go that route because they think they can, make money based on their producing their own content, and they don't have to answer to anyone. So, it's one of those things where that is where the entertainment industry is going. It's a lot of self-produced content rather than content produced by networks.
Sure, and Ben, and the guest is Ben Bogardus, Quinnipiac University Associate Professor of Journalism, Chair of the Journalism Department. Ben, also, you would think that if the show was making gangbuster money, the corporate sales department at CBS would say, no, what are you doing? We need this to make money. So there's got to be an angle to that there, Ben, with a younger audience, younger media buyers, and the fact that these aren't the days of 20, 30 million people watching network television anymore from the traditional networks.
Yeah, exactly. And you think back into the Johnny Carson days and things like that. That was must-see TV. That was water cooler talk the next morning.
Yeah.
Because media these days is so diverse and so spread out, and people get their information any number of ways. You really can't compare that to what it was. And yes, late shows like that are an institution, but if it doesn't make financial or economic sense anymore, the networks aren't going to continue it just because it's been that way for the last 50 years. They're going to look for what's the next thing to make us money.
And Ben, finally, it's not like CBS and Paramount Plus. It's not like they don't have programming they could put in there. Heck, re-rack the CBS Evening News and put it in there. I, being a nerd and a self-avowed Trekkie, I don't know, you have, 15 Star Trek series in there? Run one of those there. It's not like they don't have stuff on the shelf.
Yeah, absolutely. But what they're also thinking is they don't want to cannibalize their streaming properties, because in streaming, if someone doesn't have to subscribe to the stream, they can just watch Star Trek at 11 o'clock at night. Why would they subscribe? So, this is a business-based decision that a lot of the people who may love the programming are looking at the numbers and saying this isn't where it's going. And in 10 years, we're not going to make any money at all, so we might as well get out now and find the next best thing that's going to come along.
Ben Bogardus, Quinnipiac University. Ben, always good to hear from you. Be good, and we'll chat down the road. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Appreciate it. Quinnipiac University Associate Professor of Journalism and Chair of the Journalism Department, Ben Bogardus. So, does Stephen Colbert incessantly pound Donald Trump? Yeah. Was he critical of his own company for settling the 60 Minutes thing? Yeah. But again, there's that old phrase that I heard from a lot of my relatives growing up. Got to watch what you say, because, listen, there is freedom of speech in this country. I don't want to take that away, but shall we say there's that old phrase, and I'll clean it up, you don't relieve yourself where you eat.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 still holding at about 40 minutes, making your way from Norwalk, getting up to the 8 and 25 connector. Parkway accident reported in the mix right by 42 in Westport. Pretty solid back to Route 7. Fairfield-Trumbullside, really not too bad. Route 8, some patchy volume up to the bridge, not too bad. Getting up towards Ansonia and Seymour. Parkway into New Haven County looks pretty good. Some company by the tunnel. And Route 95 with some heavier company West Haven into Milford. Traffic brought to you by Kitchen Corner. Visit Kitchen Corner in Fairfield, the headquarters for your cooking needs and grilling essentials, offering expert knife sharpening. Give them a call at 203-374-1118 or kitchen-corner.com. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
Clear this evening and tonight with a low in the mid-60s, a breeze light out of the northwest. Sunny and warm tomorrow with a high in the low 80s. There may be a shower or thunderstorm in the afternoon. Sunday, a few scattered showers. Partly sunny and warm with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing, more people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe even more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor. Is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
Hey, Bridgeport small business owners. You can apply for a $5,000 grant from Optimum Business and the Bridgeport Regional Business Council. The Lifting Up Bridgeport Small Businesses Grant Program is awarding 25 businesses $5,000 grants to develop their business technology and support their success. And your business can be one of them. But hurry, the application deadline is August 15th. To see grant program requirements and apply today, visit optimum.com/business/Bridgeport. Terms apply.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News special report. An explosion at the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department training facility has killed at least 3 people. Sheriff Robert Luna just briefed reporters.
There were 3 sworn members who were fatally killed that were assigned to our arson explosives detail.
Sheriff Luna says the investigation is just beginning.
We need to go from A to Z to know exactly what happened. That's why we have our partners here from the Federal Bureau of Investigation that will be conducting the post-blast. There'll be a lot of details coming out there eventually.
CBS's Anna Schechter says it was also shocking.
My source at the Sheriff's Department told me just a horrific accident. They knew that they had this explosive material. They were not expecting it to detonate when it did.
Initial reports indicate the material was stored in a truck in the parking lot just outside the Sheriff's Department facility. CBS News Special Report. I'm Linda Kenyon.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The daughter of a member of the Bridgeport City Council appeared in court earlier today to face a slew of charges pending against her. 26-year-old Jasmine Cooper's appearance stems from an incident on June 24th in which she threatened a family member with a gun outside the Margaret E. Morton Government Center. Court records show later that same day Cooper was involved in a hit and run and was arrested for that July 9th. This is not Cooper's first brush with the law, and she is also the daughter of Anita Martinez, a Democratic member of the Bridgeport City Council. The judge continued Cooper's cases until August 21st, at which time she'll face charges including first-degree threatening with a firearm and second-degree breach of peace in a public place. Bridgeport Mayor Joe Ganim says he's not comfortable with the release of Adrian Peeler from prison years ahead of schedule and made it clear at a news conference yesterday.
But this type of lawlessness was never tolerated then and is not tolerated now. So we're demanding answers from the federal government, answers from those that signed, if it was the president that signed this, if he delegated that authority illegally to someone else, we want to investigate in the answers. And if this can be stopped, the return of this individual back to the city of Bridgeport, we want to stop that.
Peeler completed a 25-year prison term for conspiracy to commit murder over the 1999 killings of 8-year-old crime witness Leroy B.J. Brown and his mother, Karen Clark. Peeler still had several years left of a 15-year federal drug sentence when President Biden commuted his sentence. At that same news conference yesterday, Police Chief Roderick Porter echoed many of Ganem's sentiments.
There's some way that this could be reversed. It needs to be reversed. This is not what our criminal justice system is about. It's not what we expect as a community. We expect individuals to be held accountable for their acts proportionately and responsibly.
Ganem says Peeler should not have been granted clemency based on his criminal history. A Milford man is facing charges after one of his dogs died in a hot car. Police say John Torres left 2 dogs in his vehicle back on July 10th. The temperature reached 93 degrees that day, and the animals were left in the car with the windows rolled up. A French bulldog later died of heat stroke. Torres is charged with cruelty to animals. Dr. Listy Thomas from St. Vincent's Medical Center gave some tips to drivers to avoid forgetting pets and children in the back seat of the car.
Taking off my shoes and putting them in the back seat so that I have to look in the back seat before I leave the car. You can do things like putting your phone in the back seat. It becomes almost like a habit.
A 60-year-old Norwalk man is accused of repeatedly sexually assaulting a young child. Police say Jose Rodriguez is charged with first-degree sexual assault and risk of injury to a minor in a case involving a 5-year-old child. Police began investigating in March after the child disclosed the abuse and identified Rodriguez as the suspect. He's being held on $1 million bond. Attorney General William Tong says a settlement has been reached with the organizer of a failed music festival last year. Capulet Fest was supposed to be a 3-day outdoor event at Thompson Speedway last June, but at the last minute, it was moved indoors to the Webster Theater in Hartford.
They were cheated out of what they were promised. Fans spent as much as $700 to go to a supposedly 3-day festival. They were supposed to get 50 bands and food and parking and all that, and they didn't get any of that.
The third day of the event was eventually canceled. Tong says organizer Estevan Vega is agreeing to pay $50,000 in restitution for unused admission tickets and associated fees. State leaders are calling for an increase in funding for community health centers. The nonprofit community-based facilities provide primary and preventative care to everyone, regardless of income or insurance status. At a news conference this week attended by WTNH-TV News 8, Governor Ned Lamont praised the work done at these facilities.
And I think it represents the very best in healthcare in our country, something we ought to try and replicate.
The state's community health centers currently serve approximately 500,000 people each year. The governor also signed a new bill yesterday that will prevent police from handcuffing children. The controversial bill received wide support in the General Assembly, although some Republicans did not agree with it. The law specifically prohibits police from using handcuffs on children under the age of 14. At a news conference attended by WFSB Channel 3, Bridgeport Democratic State Representative Steve Staffstrom spoke about how this bill makes Connecticut safer.
A single night in jail can be enough to traumatize a kid, to lead them not down a path of rehabilitation, but down a path of repeat incarceration. This bill begins to unravel that.
The bill would go into effect on October 1st of this year. And the first Wegmans supermarket in Connecticut is prepared to open next week. The New York-based chain is opening a 92,000 square foot store on Connecticut Avenue in Norwalk on July 23rd. The store will also feature a market cafe, offering fresh sandwiches, pizza, soups, sushi, and desserts. Wegmans has hired around 500 people to staff the new store. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 still on the busy side out of Stamford. Greenwich getting in through Westport, still holding at 40 minutes, getting in through Sherwood Island, Southport, Fairfield. Parkway, not too bad. Stamford, New Canaan, still very heavy at 42 in Westport. The accident should be gone. Fairfield, Trumbull side, for the most part, it's not too bad. Route 8 still busy into Shelton, doing okay further north into Derby and Seymour. Tom Colangelo, WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear with a low in the mid-60s. Sunny and warm tomorrow with a high in the low 80s. There may be a shower or a thunderstorm. Sunday, a few widely scattered showers. Partly sunny and warm with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Listen while you're at work at voiceofct.com. Now back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Thanks once again to Quinnipiac University Professor of Journalism Ben Vigardis on the big earth-shattering announcement that Stephen Colbert is going away. Don't worry. Jimmy Kimmel is still there. Jon Stewart is still there. Seth Meyers is still there. Jimmy Fallon is still there. Although Fallon's not a crazed lefty. He just does it a bit to keep his audience. I think Jimmy Fallon cares about the history of the Tonight Show. And so he's not super. But listen, in the end, you know who's going to make out with this? Seriously, Stephen Colbert. He figure out a way to do this. He will maybe he has to leave New York. You go somewhere where the production costs are cheaper. He can work for himself. Trust me, Stephen Colbert will be fine. He will show up somewhere else. The media landscape is changing. Broadcast television is it's in decline. It is. And CBS will find somebody to do sort of a show like that. They'll pay them a lot less money, because Colbert he's almost 62 and he was making somewhere north of $15 million. But again, aside from the political aspect of this, where undoubtedly there is one, but hey, we've been here before with the Smothers Brothers, But the production costs, and I told you my son works not in television, he works on Broadway, but some of the stuff he tells me, the production costs of this. And you know what? CBS sat back and they said, screw it ain't worth it. Because the younger demographic that revels in what Colbert says about Trump and Republicans, they're watching less and less and less and less broadcast television. They just are. Hey, coming up, what is up with Trump? And Jeffrey Epstein, God almighty. Buy the popcorn, the peanuts, and the pork rinds. Tim in Hamden. Tim, what's up?
Well, I've been a long-time Colbert fan. I've actually went down and saw his show in New York live and everything. It was very easy, free tickets and everything.
Yeah.
I think I have often had to watch it on YouTube and everything like that, the things that I know. But there is a superior quality to Stephen, Colbert that, certainly not, that the others, have. I could take or leave Jimmy Fallon and all that stuff. But, the quality and the guests that he is bringing on have been very political lately.
Yeah.
And everything. And that, Adam Schiff.
Sure.
All these guys and stuff. But, I watched a bit last night where he talked, he took this old story, and it's a big can of corn that Trump tells about his uncle, teaching at the longest teaching professor at MIT, and how he taught Ted Korsinski and stuff. The only problem was, none of it's true.
Never happened.
So, the guy taught at Harvard. And he was, they didn't know that till like 96, after his uncle had died, who, the Unabomber really was. So it's just like puts a lot of that perspective, I think, especially for a lot of people, into saying, you know, our president's a moron, and I'm getting my news from this, you know, from late night television and stuff. I'm not watching, you know, Dan Rather or Walter Cronkite, you know, for my news, and I'm getting kind of more, you know, more factual things about, you know, Epstein and everybody else. Now, will half the country or a third of it never watch it simply because he's a liberal? You know, maybe so. I mean, Johnny Carson would have William F. Buckley or something on in the latter parts of the show. But, you know, I don't know what they're really going to do, because if that time slot is gone, you know, it's I'm going to have a tremendous information and amusement thing. It's a cultural thing right now.
You know, and Tim, I do have to run through. I'm just against the time watch here. I think they'll figure out something. And Tim, thank you for the call. I don't think they will shed an appeal to that demographic completely, Tim. But I think they may, number one, they want to do it cheaper, if they do it cheaper. And how do they navigate it so it's not so polarizing?
Twice in the last week, Connecticut has had some kind of localized flash flooding events happen. And I've heard from a lot of you that trees have come down, you lost power. And it's just a reminder that we are in hurricane season. I know a lot of times we want to focus on obviously the good of the summertime, but the reality is we are in a very heightened storm season. And if you are not prepared for it, destruction, damage, and certainly tragedy could follow. I want to introduce you to my friends at K&J Tree Service. I work with them, and I have such peace of mind working with them. In fact, I've had their team come out to my house so many times. Mark came out a couple months ago and did a tree assessment, as I've talked about on the show before, and he was able to identify some troubled trees that needed to be addressed and partially removed just to make sure there was no damage to our home, our property, and certainly wasn't going to hurt me and my family. Don't wait for the next storm to see what happens next. Go to kjtreeservice.com. Book a free assessment today. That's kjtreeservice.com.
Whether it's day or night, hot flashes due to menopause can be unpredictable. That's why there's Veoza, a prescription treatment proven to reduce the number and severity of hot flashes day and night that can start working in as early as 1 week. Based on clinical studies measuring efficacy at 4 and 12 weeks, individual results may vary. Talk to your healthcare provider about what this may mean for you. For moderate to severe vasomotor symptoms or hot flashes and night sweats due to menopause, Veoza can cause serious side effects, including liver problems. Your doctor will do blood tests before and during treatment. Stop Veoza and call your doctor if you have symptoms of liver problems, such as feeling more tired than usual, decreased appetite, nausea, vomiting, itching, yellowing of the eyes or skin, pale stool, dark urine, or stomach pain. Don't use Veoza if you have cirrhosis, severe kidney problems, kidney failure, or take CYP1A2 inhibitors. Ask your doctor about Veoza. To learn more, call 1-866-239-1637 or go to Veoza.com. That's VEOZAH.com.
It's time for the Market Scoreboard Report with Ron and Sana. Now on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Stocks closed mixed today as President Trump threatened to impose 15 to 20% on European Union goods coming into the United States. That pushed the Dow lower, but not by much, and the S&P also just slightly lower on the day, while the Nasdaq edged out another new high. The Dow slipped 142 points at 44,342. S&P down a half point to 62.96, but the Nasdaq tacked on 10, getting ever closer to 21,000 at 20,895. Inflation expectations among consumers dipped, and we saw the yield on the 10-year note drop to 4.42%. Also, Federal Reserve Governor Waller opening the door, at least in his mind, to a July rate cut. That is not a universally held view within the Federal Reserve, however. Dollar slightly weaker, oil down 18 cents to 67.36 the barrel. Gold up 9.20 to 33.54 on the day, while crypto legislation passed through Congress. We did see Bitcoin move a bit today, but not really all that much. It's kind of a buy the rumor, sell the news type environment, with Bitcoin down more than $2,000 for the session.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code EARN to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code EARN for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code EARN for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound accident near exit 13 on the Norwalk-Darien line. Pretty solid now back into Stamford. Still heavy on the Fairfield Westport side from exit 18 up to about 24. Parkway, not too bad. Stamford, New Canaan, still very heavy into 42 and Westport. We had an accident working there. Fairfield Trumbull side, not all that bad. Northbound Route 8, a little bit busy into the Commodore Hull Bridge. Eastbound 84, still busy into Newtown. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
Clear this evening and tonight with a low in the mid-60s. A breeze light out of the northwest. Sunny and warm tomorrow with a high in the low 80s. There may be a shower or a thunderstorm in the afternoon. Sunday, a few scattered showers. Partly sunny and warm with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Let's get back to the conversation. 203-333-9422. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli, the voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
Two words that won't go away. Jeffrey Epstein. Man, oh man, there is something, there isn't something. This will bring down Biden and the Democrats. This will bring down Trump and the Republicans. One of Epstein's former attorneys says there's nothing there. There's no client list. He committed suicide. No, he was whacked. All right, there you go. There you have it. Joining us with his perspective right now, one of our frequent guests, former Time Magazine senior reporter, Professor Emeritus Political Science, St. Peter's University, Professor Alan Sanders. Professor, it's Paul again. How are you, sir?
Very good, Paul. How are you doing?
I'm not too bad. And, Professor, with your background, and you're also an attorney, I believe, this has to fascinate you even more, because now I'm seeing that, grand jury testimony is being brought into this. I mean, looking at this from both ends of this, the political end and the legal end, what do you make of this?
Well, politically, I think it really, the whole story really tells me, be careful what you ask for. The Trump folks, President Trump and his MAGA supporters have been asking for years to release the so-called Epstein files. I'm confident that there is some dirt there about various people, various elite people, who knows who. Well, now that, of course, Trump is in control of the Justice Department, all of a sudden Trump doesn't want those documents released, and one, therefore, has to ask why. On the legal front, that's a little clearer in the sense that grand jury proceedings are supposed to be secret.
Yeah.
And so if you're asking for the release of those documents, you better have a very strong reason. And the judge will be the ultimate, decider of that. You have to have a very strong reason, because lots of people get mentioned in grand jury proceedings, some of whom are just mentioned, ad hoc. And you don't want to hurt the reputation of people who are sort of incidentally mentioned, or anybody who's mentioned who the prosecutors don't want to indict for whatever reason. Then also you've got the issue that Mr. Epstein's partner, her name escapes me at the moment.
Ghislaine Maxwell.
Yes, Ms. Maxwell has been convicted, and she's appealing her case. And because she's appealing her case, you don't want to release grand jury documents that she might use, perhaps, to say that her case has been prejudiced as a result of the release of those documents. So there are lots of reasons why the grand jury proceedings probably are going to be kept secret, or if anything is released, it'll be very minimal stuff. But beyond that, whatever is in the grand jury proceedings is just a small bit of material compared to what is alleged to be the broad Epstein files. So the question still remains, what is in these broader files that the Trump administration now does not want to release?
You know, and Professor, this has kind of been lumped in, I don't think uber accurately, but I see the angle here with whenever we get promises to release files on assassinations, Bobby Kennedy Sr., Martin Luther King, JFK, oh, we're going to release everything. Well, no, you're not, because even if all those people are dead, and I'm drawing a loose comparison here, Professor, there are things I am sure in some of these Epstein files where maybe both sides of the aisle look at each other and say, hey, it ain't worth the political advantage to either one of us, right? What are your thoughts on that? There could be stuff here that really would, I don't know, wound the public psyche, if you know what I mean here?
Yeah, well, look, it's very clear that Mr. Epstein had friends in high places. I mean, we know that. Certainly he was friendly with President Trump before Mr. Trump became president and with other high-profile business people and politicians. Now, that doesn't mean that any of those politicians participated in the sordid criminal activities of Mr. Epstein. But nonetheless, you know, you're associated with him. You met him. You were at a party. You had a meeting with him. Whatever. And so a lot of people probably don't want those records to be revealed, whether they're Republicans or whether they're Democrats. But on the other hand, as I said, Trump made a big part of his campaign, both the first time and the second time, about there are all these kinds of conspiracies. He's going to clean up the swamp. There are all kinds of shenanigans that the elite of this country have done at the expense of ordinary people. And so that worked for him very well electorally. But now that he's in control of the files, he's a little more concerned because either those files would contain materials that might be compromising for him, not necessarily illegal activities, but just or compromising for some of his friends. Now, I should point out that there's a breaking story on the Hill right now that says that Senator Durbin, who's the ranking member on the Senate Judiciary Committee, he says in a letter to Pam Bondi that he's received information that Attorney General Bondi pressured about 1,000 FBI personnel to comb through thousands of pages of Epstein documents and to flag any mention of President Trump. Now, is that true? Who knows? Who knows? But the fact is there are layers and layers. This is like an onion. You know, you peel it, and there are more and more layers. It's not clear whether Dick Durbin's allegations have any merit. But nonetheless, that's yet another piece of the onion that is going to be unraveled. And so one doesn't know. But the thing, as I say, be careful what you ask, because that's something that many people forget in political life and in normal life.
And you know, Professor, just to end here, I had a correspondent from CBS News on the other day. We're CBS affiliate here, and Olivia Rinaldi said she had been out earlier this week shadowing the vice president and his family as they were taking a little summer vacation, going around, and from a distance, she could hear people chatting with Mr. Vance, and she said the only questions anybody was asking him, Jeffrey Epstein. So there you go.
Right. Now, you know, we have to wait and see how this is going to play out in MAGA world. Initially, of course, the MAGA people want these documents to be released because they've been promised that they would be released for years. But now that the Wall Street Journal has published a report that says that Trump sent a bawdy birthday letter to to Jeffrey Epstein, Trump has now attacked the Wall Street Journal and, more broadly speaking, the mainstream media. So a lot of MAGA people are saying, yeah, that's right, you know, the mainstream media is fake news and so forth. So you've got yet another layer here. A lot of MAGA people are now saying, well, maybe this isn't true what the Wall Street Journal is saying, and if it isn't true, maybe Trump is right not to release the I mean, this is such a convoluted story now that making any sense out of it until we get more information is a futile effort.
Former Time Magazine senior reporter, Professor Emeritus Political Science, St. Peter's University in Jersey City, frequent contributor, Professor Alan Sanders. Professor, thank you as always. Be good. Have a happy weekend. We'll talk. Thank you.
You too. Take care.
All right, there you go. Yes. Now he's beating on the Wall Street Journal, which is one of the most conservative newspapers on the planet.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Left lane accident southbound 95 near exit 13 in Darien. If you're heading towards Stamford, you're packed in solid all the way back into Norwalk over the Parkway if you're heading southbound. Northbound, looking at a very heavy ride out of Westport, Southport, Fairfield. Parkway southbound, not too bad. Again, down towards Stamford northbound on the Parkway. Delays cost about at least 15 minutes from Route 7 up to exit 42. Accident there. Fairfield Trumbull side, not too bad. Patchy volume, Route 8 into the valley. Tom Colangelo, WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear with a low in the mid-60s. Sunny and warm tomorrow with a high in the low 80s. There may be a shower or a thunderstorm. Sunday, a few widely scattered showers. Partly sunny and warm with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
For over a century, Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull has been a beacon of support and compassion for families navigating the profound challenges of grief and loss. Family owned since 1906, we are dedicated to helping you honor your loved ones with dignity and respect. Trust our experienced team to guide you through this difficult time, allowing you to celebrate a life well lived. Abriola.com, your legacy, our commitment.
Never met a dent we couldn't smooth out. At Sono Collision, we turn your oopsie-daisy into amazing with our top-notch repair. No more crying over crumpled fenders. We'll erase your car's memory of that pesky light pole. Cruise over to Sono Collision today, where even your car forgets its accidents. Visit us at sonocollision.com, because a good car deserves a great recovery.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
And you know who's chuckling with all this Jeffrey Epstein stuff? I mention this all the time. Maybe it's not to this level. John Dean and Watergate. Remember that? There's nothing to Watergate here. They're just coming after Nixon until John Dean started spilling his guts for 8 or 9 straight days. Now, and look, I'm not saying this Epstein thing is going to rise to that level, but all you need is 1 or 2 people to start talking here. If there's anything there against Trump, you don't know this. But man, oh man, but, you know, our friend Professor Sanders is right. Be careful what you wish for. Oh, we need this Jeffrey Epstein stuff. Really?
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Linda Kenyon. An explosion at the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department training facility has killed at least 3 deputies. Sheriff Robert Luna briefed reporters.
There were 3 sworn members who were fatally killed that were assigned to our arson explosives detail.
KNX Radio's Steve Gregory shed some light on what happened.
There were members of the L.A. County Sheriff's Department's bomb squad, and they're members of what they call the Special Enforcement Bureau, or SEB for short, that were perhaps moving some explosives. Now, I'm not clear whether it is kind of a training situation or whether they were just moving things around. It's not clear at this point.
10 Americans who were detained in Venezuela are now en route to the United States. Senior administration officials say the Americans were freed in exchange for the return of 252 Venezuelans that the U.S. deported to El Salvador's notorious prison. Venezuela also released dozens of political prisoners and detainees as part of the prisoner swap. President Trump has signed the cryptocurrency bill known as the Genius Act into law.
So the golden age of America is upon us, and with today's signing, the future of crypto and the crypto industry, the U.S. dollar working together, because they really are hand in hand, is going to be stronger and bigger and better than ever before.
The Genius Act establishes a framework for regulating stablecoins, a type of cryptocurrency. The Education Department is releasing some frozen grant money. CBS's Stacey Lynn reports.
The Trump administration had withheld over $6 billion in grants, including $1.3 billion for after-school programs as part of a spending review. 10 Republican senators pushed for the funds to be released, emphasizing that they have bipartisan support and are vital to local communities.
Some of President Trump's most loyal supporters are splitting with him over releasing the Epstein files. CBS's Erica Brown has that story.
Stephen Taylor, a Trump supporter from Western Pennsylvania, says the president's base is demanding what the president promised.
We put you in office. You ran on this platform. You offered it. We didn't ask for it. And now we want it. We demand it. You know, there needs to be accountability. There needs to be justice.
Republicans on Capitol Hill are pushing for more transparency from the Trump administration on the Epstein files, advancing a resolution out of a House committee calling for the Justice Department to release more information about the case.
The president has attacked Republicans who have demanded the release of the files, saying, among other things, that they are doing the Democrats' work. Oscar-winning songwriter Alan Bergman has died. He and his wife wrote the lyrics to The Way We Were. He was 99. This is
sponsored by Progressive Insurance. We offer auto, home, and commercial auto insurance, plus a variety of business insurance options. Visit Progressive.com today.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-351-4596. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-351-4596. 800-351-4596. 800-351-4596.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Bridgeport Mayor Joe Ganim says he's not comfortable with the release of Adrian Peeler from prison years ahead of schedule and made it clear at a news conference yesterday.
But this type of lawlessness was never tolerated then and is not tolerated now. So we're demanding answers from the federal government, answers from those that signed, if it was the president to sign this, if he delegated that authority illegally to someone else, we want to investigate in the answers. And if this can be stopped, the return of this individual back to the city of Bridgeport, we want to stop that.
Peeler completed a 25-year prison term for conspiracy to commit murder over the 1999 killings of 8-year-old crime witness Leroy B.J. Brown and his mother, Karen Clark. Peeler still had several years left of a 15-year federal drug sentence when President Biden commuted his sentence. At that same news conference yesterday, Police Chief Roderick Porter echoed many of Ganim's sentiments.
If there's some way that this could be reversed, it needs to be reversed. This is not what our criminal justice system is about. It's not what we expect as a community. We expect individuals to be held accountable for their acts proportionately and responsibly.
Ganim says Peeler should not have been granted clemency based on his criminal history. A 60-year-old Norwalk man is accused of repeatedly sexually assaulting a young child. Police say Jose Rodriguez is charged with first-degree sexual assault and risk of injury to a minor in a case involving a 5-year-old child. Police began investigating in March after the child disclosed the abuse and identified Rodriguez as the suspect. He's being held on $1 million bond. And a Milford man is facing charges after one of his dogs died in a hot car. Police say John Torres left 2 dogs in his vehicle back on July 10th. The temperature reached 93 degrees that day, and the animals were left in the car with the windows rolled up. A French bulldog later died of heat stroke. Torres is charged with cruelty to animals. Dr. Listy Thomas from St. Vincent's Medical Center gave some tips to drivers to avoid forgetting pets and children in the back seat of the car.
Taking off my shoes
and putting them in the back seat so that I have to look in the back seat before I leave the car. You can do things like putting your phone in the back seat. It becomes almost like a habit.
I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Multi-car accident 95 southbound near exit 13 in Darien. Packed in solid back almost exit 17 in Westport. Now northbound, everyone's got to take a look at it, so you're jammed out of Stamford. Parkway, definitely the better ride between Norwalk and Stamford. Northbound on the Parkway, accident should be wrapped up by 42 in Westport. Still very heavy. Once you get past exit 42, you're in good shape up into Fairfield Trumbull. 95 northbound, still heavy up by Sherwood Island into Southport Fairfield. And Route 8, delays getting into the Commodore Hull Bridge. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
Clear this evening and tonight with a low in the mid-60s. A breeze light out of the northwest. Sunny and warm tomorrow with a high in the low 80s. There may be a shower or thunderstorm in the afternoon. Sunday, a few scattered showers. Partly sunny and warm with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Where, if you listen very, very closely, hear that? You hear that? That's the sound of Governor Ned Lamont maybe laughing at some of the critics in his own party. You know, the people that we hear about all the time. The complaints that he doesn't tax enough. He cozies up with his friends, the guys and gals in Lower Fairfield County. He won't tax them. He won't tax this or that. He won't sign a bill that changes housing regulations because he said, hey, let's start over, which is his purvey. He wouldn't sign a bill that most people with a functioning brain thought was idiotic, paying people that chose to go on strike of their own volition. He didn't want to do that. He didn't want safe drug use locations, didn't like that. He said, hey, why? Overdoses are going down. So, of course, Republicans don't like the governor because of party affiliation. But, man, oh, man, you have a new poll out here. And, again, this poll happens, I think, monthly. It's done by a company called Morning Consult, and they do 3-month averages according to their polling metrics. They poll a few hundred people, registered voters, not likely voters. Likely voters is better, but they don't do that until they get closer to an election. Registered voters here, likely a few hundred, likely registered voters in Connecticut, a few hundred. And Governor Ned Lamont has a 63% approval rating. Now, I'm sure a lot of Republicans, even the, possible candidates here, maybe Ryan Fazio, maybe Aaron Stewart, maybe Jen Tooker are saying, oh, that's going to be tough. But, man, some of the lefties in his own party, they must be going nuts when they see this. I mean, if you listen to them, Ned Lamont is a tool of the right. Oh, look at that. He won't raise taxes. Well, wait a minute. If he's such a tool of the right, or if he needs to, as, many other folks have said, hey, the governor needs to step aside. Well, wait a minute. If that's the case, if what Saud Anwar and Josh Elliott and Julie Kushner and Ann Hughes and all these uber progressives say in Hartford, now, wait a minute. So why is he at 63%? And let's say that the poll is off a little bit. A Morning Consult says, hey, we could be off by as many as 6 points. Okay. So let's see. Even my basic Catholic school math, 63 minus 6, carry the 3, that's 57%. That's a blowout in any election. So the sound you hear, listen closely, you hear it? That's Ned and Annie laughing. Now, it doesn't mean you have to love Governor Lamont. I'm not saying that. But what it does show is something that was in one of his recent columns, our friend Chris Powell here. Check out his columns, chrispowellcolumn.com. And he talked about kind of the misalignment here of what people think and Governor Lamont think versus some members of the Democratic Party here. And look, there's nothing wrong with parties looking inward and saying, hey, does our current elected official, or do our current elected officials portray what we want our party to do? Nothing wrong with that. But this one is just, this is wild. Because you have editorials from within the governor's own party saying, hey, this guy's got to go. Really? Now, he hasn't said he's running for a third term. We all know that. He may not, but boy, I got to tell you, if the next Democratic governor is not Ned Lamont, hide your wallet, Maud. I'm telling you. So, by the way, the question I was asking on this today, 203-333-9422, talk or text, or Facebook.com/Voice of CT. New survey out there gives Governor Ned Lamont a 63% approval rating. Will he win if he runs for his third term? Can anybody beat him? I guess that's the operative question. And just to give you a little perspective here, because numbers are great, but you have to put them in a proper perspective here. That puts Governor Lamont, let me see, I had it right here. That puts him ranking 6th among all governors, Republican or Democrat here, 3rd among Democratic governors. So there you go. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Listen, Ned is laughing.
There's something lurking in Long Island Sound. It's waiting for you. It's $25,000. The WICC Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth returns August 23rd and 24th. Catch the heaviest bluefish that weekend and win $25,000. Plus, there's over $40,000 in cash prizes. Sign up now at bluefishtournament.com. The WICC Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth. We'll see you on the Sound.
Thanks, Fine Fettle, The Water Doctor, and Bridgeport Harbor Marina.
The following message is brought to you by the Fairfield Law Offices of Estate, Trust, and Probate Attorneys Eliafson and Tenor, online at ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Here is attorney Christine Tenor.
If you are suddenly hurt or seriously ill and can't speak for yourself, what could happen to you and your family and all you care about? Will life-changing decisions be made by strangers? We all face legal, financial, and physical challenges every day at all stages of life. Don't leave important matters to chance. And don't wait until you are elderly. No one can predict what the future holds for us. So even young adults and young couples, everyone, should be prepared for the unexpected. Give your family and yourself the most important gift you can give, the gift of peace of mind.
Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Eliafson and Tenor, 203-336-2566. Protecting your family's future. Eliafson and Tenor. For peace of mind, 203-336-2566.
Center Stage Theater in Shelton presents Sister Act now through July 27th. Join disco diva Dolores Van Cartier as she's placed in protective custody, disguised as a nun, where she transforms the choir of the Holy Order of the Little Sisters of Our Mother of Perpetual Faith. A heartwarming story of friendship and self-discovery with sounds of disco, soul, and gospel. This musical features the talent of performers ages 14 to 23. For tickets, visit centerstageshelton.org. Center Stage in Shelton. High-quality entertainment close to home. Discover the finest flooring in Southern Connecticut at Courtesy Carpet. With over 50 years experience, from intricate area rugs and durable vinyl to elegant stair runners, they have it all. Shop anywhere, but see them before you buy. Visit Ellen J and their team on Route 111 in Monroe or at courtesycarpet.com. Financing is available, so you can get the floors you love today. Trust the experts in quality flooring, because at Courtesy Carpet, your satisfaction is their courtesy.
I'm Barbara from Trumbull, and I've used Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning since 2012, when he diagnosed the source of a carbon monoxide problem when no one else could. I use him for maintenance and emergency situations for that reason. He has always been able to fix any problem in my home. There's no one better than Steve Basso.
Looking for a reliable plumbing or HVAC company? Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC has proven customer satisfaction since 1974. Go to BassoPHAC.com. That's BassoPHAC.com.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Southbound 95 still working at accident at exit 13 in Darien. The delays begin back at exit 17 in Westport. Northbound rubbernecking back to Norotan Heights. Definitely go for the Parkway between Norwalk and Stamford. Northbound Parkway still very heavy from Route 7 up to 42 in Westport. Fairfield-Trumbull side not too bad. Jamming up northbound 95 or northbound Route 8 rather into the Commodore Hull Bridge. And now heavy southbound on the Parkway into the West Rock Tunnel. Brown Roofing is Fairfield County's premier roofing replacement, repair, and gutter contractor. Contact Brown Roofing today at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear with a low in the mid-60s. Sunny and warm tomorrow with a high in the low 80s. There may be a shower or a thunderstorm. Sunday, a few widely scattered showers. Partly sunny and warm with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Where Southern Connecticut comes for the real story. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, we look forward to this gentleman joining us every week right around this time, 5:15 or so. Former Democratic State Rep Chris Caruso with his thoughts on all things Bridgeport and Connecticut. Chris, good to have you with us again. And if you listen closely, Chris, you can hear Ned Lamont laughing. I think at another new poll, it says, well, hey, if I'm so bad, how am I pulling 63%? And, Chris, you have talked about this, and you're warning progressive Democrats, the real far left of the party here in Connecticut, that they may be out of touch here with what the general Connecticut voter thinks of the governor.
Yeah, it's been years, Paul. But again, I think that our last call, I went through a litany of people who ran who were progressive. They won the primary, but then they lost the general election. And I don't see Connecticut changing in that. I think if I were to sum up one word about Ned Lamont, is approachable. Mm-hmm. He's a guy you can go up to, you can talk to. I remember a couple of years ago at the Bridgeport Columbus Day Parade, he came to march in the parade. He came up to me, gave me a big handshake. How you doing?
Yeah.
Asked me about some Bridgeport issues that I gave him my thoughts on. And that's the type of guy he is. And the other thing is you would never know he's a millionaire.
Yeah.
Here's a guy who walks around with sometimes no jacket, just an open collar shirt, right? Gets up and speaks and off the cuff in many ways. Is he perfect? No. I always worry about politicians who think they're perfect. This guy isn't. But, he's honest. I think he makes decisions based on his gut, what he thinks are the best interests of the state. And I don't think you can ask for anything more of a politician, frankly. I was always told when I was coming up politically, if you feel something strongly, you vote for it or you vote against it, as long as you can explain your reason. And I think that's what Ned Lamont does. And there's a reason why he's polling so high. It's that approachability. It's the common approach. He's a gentleman. He's courteous to people. The other thing, he works across the aisle.
Yeah.
Are Republicans crazy about him? No, at times they're upset. Our Democrats know they're not always crazy about him either. But he gets to the middle, and I think it shows in the state. You don't have these hand grenades being lobbed back and forth as we do in Washington and places like that. There's a civility that's maintained, and I think in large part because of Ned Lamont.
And Chris, I think he realizes, and I think it shows in his poll numbers, that outside of the great cities like Bridgeport and Hartford and New Haven and Danbury and Waterbury and Middletown and New London, there's a whole other quote unquote Connecticut out there that he's the governor of too, not just the cities.
Sure. Yeah, when I represented Bridgeport, there were issues that didn't directly affect Bridgeport, but I felt I needed to do as a representative. There were issues by certain organizations that were upset with me because I voted the way I did. But you know what? I wasn't there to represent a specific organization. Mm-hmm. I was there to represent my constituents. The other thing is he has passion for this position. I think he really enjoys it. I think he's having some fun with it and getting things done. And as long as he has the passion and the desire, I think, if he runs, frankly, it's for Ned Lamont to lose. I think he'll win again. The big issue, House Bill 5002, which is the housing bill.
Yeah.
In September, the legislature's coming back. Something will be put together, and that issue will not be an issue any longer. The other one is with the unemployment fund with the striking workers.
Yep.
I think that will be worked out. So then what does the progressives have to run on? Now, those are the two big issues they have, right?
Yeah.
So if those are settled, where do you go with it? So I think that's what's happening right now. I think people are relatively happy with Ned Lamont, and I think they'll stay with him. Maybe I'm wrong. It's a long time to the primary, to the primary or election, but I think right now, I think he's sailing fairly well.
Chris, talking about passion, and of course the guest every week at this time, Chris Caruso, I was heartened to see and hear the comments yesterday of Chief Roderick Porter and Mayor Joe Gandam in Bridgeport, and even Senator Blumenthal, the outrage about this clemency given to Adrian Peeler here. Horrible case. I mentioned earlier a couple of my friends covered this case years ago, and all these stories are bringing back the stuff that they heard in the courtroom there, covering it for radio and television. But boy, I got to tell you, Chris, and I know there are probably legalities. We're never going to find out what we want to find out. But, man, I was stunned. We knew about this a couple of months ago, but, man, this was stunning. What are your thoughts on that? Because I'm sure that's etched in your mind as well.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with you, Paul. And I even conveyed that to the mayor. It's really outrageous. B.J. Brown and his mother were constituents of mine in North End.
Mm-hmm.
And when the killing took place, it was hard for me to wrap around the idea that someone would shoot an 8-year-old child. I just couldn't imagine that happening. But they did, and they killed the mother as well. And keep in mind, B.J. was the star witness for the state, if you recall.
Yeah.
And he was going to testify, and that's why he got killed. And at that time, the judge who presided over the case apparently gave the list of witnesses to Peeler's defense attorney and didn't redact the addresses. So in turn, it must have gotten to Peeler. He knew exactly where these people were living. And I got on the floor that time, and I worked against the judge. We got over 40 votes to oppose his reappointment. It was unconscionable that he didn't put that child and mother in witness protection. So after BJ dies, we create what's called the Witness Protection Program, and we named the program after B.J. Brown. Now, usually in the legislature, it's not named after individuals.
Mm-hmm.
But because of the heinous act that took place against this child, I think my colleagues felt there was a need to recognize it. But it just shows the heinous act of killing an 8-year-old child and his mother, and then, being given clemency, which was unconscionable. And I think that's what worries most people.
Yeah.
When Peeler comes back, coming back to Bridgeport, we don't know. Will he seek revenge? Who knows? He may also be a target by people who will try to kill him. We don't know. But once again, to do clemency on this person was wrong, and it puts Bridgeport and the safety of the people of the city at harm.
Yeah.
And
Chris, finally, I don't think when the founding fathers wrote up and proposed powers of clemency and pardons to the chief executive, they weren't thinking of a case like this. Obviously, Chris, they were looking out for somebody who was subject to a phony prosecution, a government prosecution, somebody who could not have who did not be able to afford a suitable defense attorney, or they were. It's not about this. I'm outraged about this. I really am.
Yeah. And, Paul, I'm a Democrat. I think everyone knows that. And I'm proud of being a Democrat. I don't shy from it. But I'll tell you, I'm outraged at Joe Biden.
Mm-hmm.
In all fairness, for him to do that is unconscionable. Now, I'd like to find out who was the person that submitted the pardon, right?
Yeah.
Or who put it in? Was it someone from Connecticut? What was an elected official? Was it individuals in the Congress? I don't know.
Yeah.
I think that's the first place. Find out what happened. But at this point, we don't know where Peeler is. He could have been released. We don't know if he's coming back to Bridgeport. He's going somewhere. We have no idea. So people are on edge. Families on edge. We get it. But, when I look back, an 8-year-old child, my God, how heinous an act that is. It's just terrible.
Depravity.
Terrible.
Chris, thank you. Have a happy weekend. Chris Caruso. We'll chat with you next week. Thank you, Chris.
Okay.
Thanks, Chris Caruso. Yeah. Is he coming back here? And Chris is right. Who started the process? That's what we need to find out. Who started the process? And believe me, much more influential or far more influential people than me are asking that simple question.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Accident clear, 95 southbound exit 13 in Darien. Starting to ease out just a little bit. Northbound still a heavy ride out of Stamford. All in all, the Parkway's the better route between Norwalk and Stamford. Northbound at 95 still at 40 minutes. Norwalk to Bridgeport, very heavy getting through Southport, Sherwood Island. Northbound Parkway, very busy into 42 in Westport. Route 8 northbound busy into the Commodore Hull Bridge. We had an earlier accident on the Milford Connector in 95 busy. West Haven out of Milford into West Haven and Long Wharf. Tom Colangelo, WICC traffic.
Clear this evening and tonight with a low in the mid-60s. A breeze light out of the northwest. Sunny and warm tomorrow with a high in the low 80s. There may be a shower or a thunderstorm in the afternoon. Sunday, a few scattered showers. Partly sunny and warm with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Who picks Post University? People who pick Post are people who believe in themselves and their potential. Post people want a school that helps them succeed on their terms, on their budget, and on their schedule. They want on-campus activities and online flexibility. Most of all, they want an education that could help prepare them for success in over 50 fields. Because when you're an Eagle, the sky's the limit. Are you a Post person? Find out now at post.edu.
Craving a delicious meal? Head to Frankie's Diner, the go-to spot for comfort food at 1660 Barnum Ave in Bridgeport. For over 90 years, Frankie's has been serving diner classics using the freshest ingredients, open 7 days a week and 24/7 on the weekends. Whether you're an early bird hungry for lunch or a night owl, enjoy Frankie's. Plus, party rooms available for your next family or office event. Become part of the Frankie's family. Frankie's Diner, 1660 Barnum Ave in Bridgeport.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there.
Covenant House helped me break the cycle of homelessness in my family. They gave me the love that I needed.
Over 2,000 young people will sleep safely in a Covenant House bed tonight. When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges and have a brighter future.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding. I'm a speaker, I'm an author. Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today.
If you or someone you love is asking for help, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News special report. An explosion at the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department training facility has killed at least 3 people. Sheriff Robert Luna just briefed reporters.
There were 3 sworn members who were fatally killed that were assigned to our arson explosives detail.
Sheriff Luna says the investigation is just beginning.
We need to go from A to Z to know exactly what happened. That's why we have our partners here from the Federal Bureau of Investigation that will be conducting the post-blast. There'll be a lot of details coming out there eventually.
CBS's Anna Schechter says it was also shocking.
My source at the Sheriff's Department told me just a horrific accident. They knew that they had this explosive material. They were not expecting it to detonate when it did.
Initial reports indicate the material was stored in a truck in the parking lot just outside the Sheriff's Department facility. CBS News Special Report. I'm Linda Kenyon.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The daughter of a member of the Bridgeport City Council appeared in court earlier today to face a slew of charges pending against her. 26-year-old Jasmine Cooper's appearance stems from an incident on June 24th in which she threatened a family member with a gun outside the Margaret E. Morton Government Center. Court records show later that same day, Cooper was involved in a hit and run and was arrested for that July 9th. This is not Cooper's first brush with the law, and she is also the daughter of Anita Martinez, a Democratic member of the Bridgeport City Council. The judge continued Cooper's cases until August 21st, at which time she'll face charges including first-degree threatening with a firearm and second-degree breach of peace in a public place. Bridgeport Mayor Joe Ganim says he's not comfortable with the release of Adrian Peeler from prison years ahead of schedule and made it clear at a news conference yesterday.
But this type of lawlessness was never tolerated then. It is not tolerated now. So we're demanding answers from the federal government, answers from those that signed. If it was the president that signed this, if he delegated that authority illegally to someone else, we want to investigate in the answers. And if this can be stopped, the return of this individual back to the city of Bridgeport, we want to stop that.
Peeler completed a 25-year prison term for conspiracy to commit murder over the 1999 killings of 8-year-old crime witness Leroy B.J. Brown and his mother, Karen Clark. Peeler still had several years left of a 15-year federal drug sentence when President Biden commuted his sentence. At that same news conference yesterday, Police Chief Roderick Porter echoed many of Ganim's sentiments.
If there's some way that this could be reversed, it needs to be reversed. This is not what our criminal justice system is about. It's not what we expect as a community. We expect individuals to be held accountable for their acts proportionately and responsibly.
Ganim says Peeler should not have been granted clemency based on his criminal history. A Danbury Schools employee is facing criminal charges accusing her of sending revenge porn. Police say 32-year-old Catherine Fernandez took the adult male victim's phone and used it to send private sexual materials to some of his contacts. Fernandez reportedly was upset after going through the man's phone and finding text messages between him and other women. She's accused of then sending sexual content from the phone to underage relatives, his boss, co-workers, father, and others. State leaders are calling for an increase in funding for community health centers. The nonprofit community-based facilities provide primary and preventative care to everyone, regardless of income or insurance status. At a news conference this week attended by WTNH-TV News 8, Governor Ned Lamont praised the work done at these facilities.
And I think it represents the very best in healthcare in our country, something we ought to try and replicate.
The state's community health centers currently serve approximately 500,000 people each year. The governor also signed a new bill yesterday that will prevent police from handcuffing children. The controversial bill received wide support in the General Assembly, although some Republicans did not agree with it. The law specifically prohibits police from using handcuffs on children under the age of 14. At a news conference attended by WFSB Channel 3, Bridgeport Democratic State Representative Steve Staffstrom spoke about how this bill makes Connecticut safer.
A single night in jail can be enough to traumatize a kid, to lead them not down a path of rehabilitation, but down a path of repeat incarceration. This bill begins to unravel that.
The bill would go into effect on October 1st of this year. Attorney General William Tong says a settlement has been reached with the organizer of a failed music festival last year. Capulet Fest was supposed to be a 3-door outdoor event at Thompson Speedway last June, but at the last minute, it was moved indoors to the Webster Theater in Hartford.
They were cheated out of what they were promised. Fans spent as much as $700 to go to a supposedly 3-day festival. They were supposed to get 50 bands and food and parking and all that, and they didn't get any of that.
The third day of the event was eventually canceled. Tong says organizer Estevan Vega is agreeing to pay $50,000 in restitution for unused admission tickets and associated fees. Fairfield police have reached within the department to hire a new police chief. The Fairfield Police Commission has confirmed Michael Paris to be the town's next chief. Paris has been with Fairfield Police since 2006, most recently serving as a captain overseeing patrol operations. A formal swearing-in ceremony will be held for Paris in the near future. The first Wegmans supermarket in Connecticut is prepared to open next week. The New York-based chain is opening a 92,000 square foot store on Connecticut Avenue in Norwalk on July 23rd. The store will also feature a market cafe offering fresh sandwiches, pizza, soups, sushi, and desserts. Wegmans has hired around 500 people to staff the new store. There's a very lucky duck in Beacon Falls today. That's after the bird went over the waterfall that connects to the Naugatuck River. A resident who saw the accident called 911. Firefighters from Beacon Hose Company Number 1 responded to the scene and found the duck had ended up stuck in a pipe. 2 of them climbed down and were able to retrieve the bird and get it to dry land. The duck was safely returned to the pond where it lives. And Chick-fil-A is seeking to open a restaurant in the Milford Crossing Shopping Center in Milford. Developers are seeking permission to place the restaurant next to the Barnes & Noble bookstore in the shopping center. The chicken-themed restaurant would be over 5,000 square feet and would feature 2 drive-through lanes. Chick-fil-A currently has 16 locations across Connecticut, including not far from Milford in Shelton and in Fairfield. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 in the Parkway, still with heavy waves in through Stamford, Darien, New Canaan. Parkway still a better ride between Norwalk and Stamford. Very heavy both directions on the Parkway between Route 7 getting up to 42 in Westport. 95, those delays, exit 17 getting up into Southport, Fairfield. Route 8 still busy pockets getting up into Shelton and Derby. An accident working on the Milford Connector approaching the Parkway. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear with a low in the mid-60s. Sunny and warm tomorrow with a high in the low 80s. There may be a shower or a thunderstorm. Sunday, a few widely scattered showers. Partly sunny and warm with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Trumbull is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Right, open phones for the last 20 minutes or so. If you want to jump in here, whatever, ever is on your mind, 203-333-9422. 333 WICC. A lot of folks chiming in today on a lot of stuff, doing it too via the text service that we have now. So if you have a device and you want to text, you can do it to the same number that you call here, 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. Somebody, a lot of people chiming in on this pardon thing. I'm not a Biden fan, but if all you have to say is that, hold on, I'm not a Biden fan. But if all you have to say is that Trump did it all work, you're wrong, and the rock is okay. Trump's blanket pardons, if Trump's blanket pardon had no ramifications, you are wrong, so wrong. Okay, this, I guess, is about the Adrian Peeler thing. Look, somebody, and listen, it's not me saying, it's not me blaming Joe Biden. Chris Caruso, Democrat. Richard Blumenthal, Democrat. Joe Gandam, Democrat. They're all chiding Joe Biden. So don't listen. I ain't leading the Biden bashing parade here, but he was the boss of this whole thing. Talking here about, obviously, the Adrian Peeler clemency that was... Listen, look, as much as we would like to find out about this, what are the odds we're actually going to find out about this? Maybe we will. Here's the thing. If people keep screaming about it, we will. But again, what happens is whatever the issue of the day, the issue du jour is, they say, well, just let it die down. And eventually it dies down. It is what it is. 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. Look, a lot of people, this Peeler case, I remember this. I mean, it was a long time ago, but 26 years ago. Lead story on almost every newscast in the state here. And and like Chris said, I remember this now, the judge leaving the names of the witnesses on the sheet given to the Peeler defense. Oh, my God. All right. So I know people want to listen. One thing we have to stop doing is comparing everything to Trump. What are people going to do one day when Trump isn't around? Well, they'll say Trump isn't lives. I get it. I understand it. But I wasn't exactly cheering Trump's January 6th pardons either. Listen, like I said, pardons should not be for reality TV stars, which he did as well. Pardons should be for people who were judicially wronged in a case. You had a bad defense. You had a corrupt defense. The prosecution did something illegal and untawdry. That's what it should be. Mary and Ansonia's here. Mary, how are you?
Hey, I'm just about the Peeler case.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mary, can you move around? I'm going to put you on hold, Mary, because you're breaking up here. So go outside or move to another part of the house. I do want to talk to you. But, Mary, realign your signal and we'll try again, okay?
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it. And so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing. More people seeing your home. More offers coming in. And maybe even more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor, is my house on Smart MLS. Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
Hey, Joe, what happened to your teeth? They look amazing.
Oh, you know, years of root canals, crowns, gum treatments. I got tired of it all. So I went to Columbia Implant Center in Manchester. They removed my bad teeth and gave me permanent new ones. Same day.
Wait, you walked out with new teeth?
Yep, it's called All for One. They place 4 implants and attach a full set of connected teeth. It's not 4 teeth, it's a full smile. I feel like a new man.
Call Columbia Implant Center at 860-730-6020. All for One. One day, one life-changing smile.
Whether it's day or night, hot flashes due to menopause can be unpredictable. That's why there's Veoza, a prescription treatment proven to reduce the number and severity of hot flashes day and night that can start working in as early as 1 week. Based on clinical studies measuring efficacy at 4 and 12 weeks, individual results may vary. Talk to your healthcare provider about what this may mean for you. For moderate to severe vasomotor symptoms or hot flashes and night sweats due to menopause, Veoza can cause serious side effects, including liver problems. Your doctor will do blood tests before and during treatment. Stop Veoza and call your doctor if you have symptoms of liver problems, such as feeling more tired than usual, decreased appetite, nausea, vomiting, itching, yellowing of the eyes or skin, pale stool, dark urine, or stomach pain. Don't use Veoza if you have cirrhosis, severe kidney problems, kidney failure, or take CYP1A2 inhibitors. Ask your doctor about Veoza. To learn more, call 1-866-239-1637 or go to Veoza.com. That's VEOZAH.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 in the Parkway, still with heavy waves in through Stamford, Darien, New Canaan. Parkway still a better ride between Norwalk and Stamford. Very heavy both directions on the Parkway between Route 7, getting up to 42 in Westport. 95, those delays, exit 17, getting up into Southport, Fairfield. Route 8 still busy pockets, getting up into Shelton and Derby. An accident working on the Milford Connector approaching the Parkway. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
Clear this evening and tonight with a low in the mid-60s, a breeze light out of the northwest. Sunny and warm tomorrow with a high in the low 80s. There may be a shower or thunderstorm in the afternoon. Sunday, a few scattered showers. Partly sunny and warm with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Voice your opinion on the voice of Connecticut. 203-333-9422. Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli. WICC 600 and 95.9.
So I promised earlier in the show I would reveal to you, and I'm not making this up. This is not from a bogus site. In fact, this story is from the Washington Post. Hardly a right-wing newspaper. This story is from the Washington Post as to a new tactic that the Democratic National Committee is trying to use. Folks, I swear to God, You know what their new tactic is? Honest to God, part of it, swear more, cursing. Not policy, not trying to understand why their voters have left them many of them from families who've been Democrats for generations. They're going to swear more. They're going to act more like Trump. Folks, don't get mad at me. I'm just reading what's here. They don't understand their policies suck. They don't get it. They don't understand that a lot of people still don't trust them on the border. Even John Kerry said that the other day. They don't get it. The Democratic National Committee's social media team kicked off its retreat earlier this year with a blunt message. People were slamming their work, which sometimes failed to connect with the party's angry voters. So the team shortened its approval process for social media posts, encouraging members not to overthink them. They use the F word on the party's main X account. And when erstwhile Trump ally Elon Musk suggested without evidence that the president was entangled in the Jeffrey Epstein sex trafficking case, the DNC gleefully piled on, release the Epstein files. The DNC's meaner, more freewheeling social media presence is part of a broader shift underway among Democrats who want to loosen up, shake their by-the-book image, and strike a harder tone toward Trump and other Republicans. Party leaders, folks, I'm not making this up. This is in the Washington Post. Party leaders are swearing more, using edgier insults, recording more direct-to-camera videos, embracing hours-long podcasts. Oh, my God. And trying to project a new raw authenticity that, to the Democrats' frustration, many voters have come to associate with Trump. Yes. So whether you like Trump or despise him, trying to out-Trump Trump is one of the single dumbest things I've ever heard. Folks, I'm telling you, they don't want to look at their policies because they know that they can't clamp down on the border, or at least advocate for that, because the far-left nutcases in their party their heads will explode. The AOCs, the Ilhan Omars, the Pramila Jayapals, they'll all go crazy. So we're going to swear more. That's great. The party of FDR, JFK, Harry Truman, Bill Clinton, Barack Obama, they're going to swear more. The party has struggled to compete with Trump for attention in the first months of its second term, and Democrats disagree about how best to retool and fix their record-low polling numbers. I have an idea. Try and advocate policies that people like. Even Democrats came out, and even their own polling says, don't jump on these transgender athletes in women's sports. We don't like that, but yet if you bring that up, oh, you're a transphobe. Don't you know that? Because, geez, you want women playing women's basketball and women's softball. You want young high school girls playing girls volleyball and girls swimming. Oh, no. They never talk about policy, and that is the problem. Some Democrats, this is good. Some Democrats are drawing lessons from Zohran Mamdani's recent upset victory in the New York primary for mayor. Oh, please do that. Yes, please do that. Please do that. How about this? Talking about Mr. Mamdani. And this is why the polls are tightening up. Now, he still may win, but it ain't going to be by much. This is why the polls are tightening up, and a lot of national Democrats are wishing this guy would go away. Mamdani once called for the abolition of private property, and that's in a resurfaced video of him from a few years ago. Oh, God. And we have until November to go in this. He said in a video that was given to RNC Research, now this guy wants to be mayor of New York City, the most important city on the planet. If there was any system that could guarantee each person housing, whether you call it the abolition of private property or you call it a statewide housing guarantee, it's preferable to what's going on right now. It's preferable to what's going on right now. Now, do we have a perfect system? Of course we don't. Yes, stuff is too expensive. Yes, a lot of people can't afford a down payment. I couldn't afford one right now if I had to. Thank God I got in 20 years ago with $5,000 down. My credit was good enough. I was able to do that. But man, listen to this. This is right out of a Marxist seminar. Quote, I'm just reading this quote. If there was any system that could guarantee each person housing, whether you call it the abolition of private property or you call it a statewide housing guarantee, it's preferable to what's going on right now. Oh, dear God. Oh, man. And some of the Dems love this guy. They love this guy. Now, again, you can vote for whomever you want, but there are going to be repercussions. Maybe you think he's right. Maybe there should be guaranteed housing. Other countries have tried it. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with advocating for that. But again, you can say whatever you want. Don't be surprised when your polling numbers tank and there's virtually a three-way tie in New York. And it's odd, too. The whole thing, this whole Mamdani thing, it's odd because most of his support that won him that race was not from the downtrodden in New York. It was young, white, affluent voters because they're all, or many of them, are upset that they're young, white, and affluent. Or as one Democratic strategist said, the core Mamdani voter who now again they're voting for a socialist. Understand this: they're voting for a socialist. He described their core voter, or his core voter, as a young white person in New York City who buys $9 lattes and doesn't think twice about dropping $100 for lunch. And there you go. And let's leave you with this happy note. An Ecuadorian national once found guilty of causing a fatal crash on I-91 here in Connecticut has been charged with entering the U.S. illegally again, and he was arrested in Meriden last month. Darwin Francisco Quetzalcoatl Duchilante, buy a vowel here, 39-year-old man from Ecuador who also goes by a number of aliases has been charged by the feds with illegally re-entering the U.S. after being deported. He was encountered by the U.S. Border Patrol in 2003. He said he was issued a voluntary return to Mexico after he claimed to be a Mexican citizen. Nearly 15 years later, he was arrested and charged with offenses related to a fatal motor vehicle accident on I-91 in North Haven. They arrested him on a warrant while he was awaiting trial. He was ordered removed from Connecticut, sent back to Ecuador, transferred to state custody to face pending charges. He was convicted. He was released from a state prison on an unknown date. ICE encountered him in Meriden again and arrested him on a warrant in August of 2023. And they arrested him again in June of 2025. Oh, my God. This. Speaking of Meriden, Dave in Meriden. Dave, did you see this guy walking around your city or not?
Probably. You never know. There's quite a few wandering around the streets here, I'm sure. They could fill up a couple of buses and bring them to the border. But I'll tell you, it sounds like the Democrats are using the George Carlin philosophy of the 7 words you can't say on radio or TV, right?
Oh, their idea is to swear. That'll work well. Yeah, that'll work.
Yeah, but there's one person I don't think will do it, and I don't think Ned Lamont's that type.
No.
You might get a damn out of him or something.
A gosh jolly damn. Although, listen, Dave, we don't know what Ned's like in private. We don't know that,
No, but like you say, I think we're better off with him than somebody else in there. You
Oh.
know, even though, and his polls tell you that. God,
I know.
63%.
I
That's
know.
a runaway.
Yeah. Hey, Dave, thanks. Have a happy weekend, my friend. Be good. Let's wrap it up. Traffic and weather together. WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Accident wrapping up on the Milford Connector approaching the Parkway. Delays back onto 95. Accident 95 on the Stratford side of the Moses Wheeler Bridge with the backup into Milford. Parkway northbound still very heavy. Exits 40 to 42. Norwalk into Westport. 95 still a heavy wave out of Westport and Norwalk up toward Sherwood Island. And Route 8 some company into the Commodore Hull Bridge. Tom Colangelo, WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear with a low in the mid-60s. Sunny and warm tomorrow with a high in the low 80s. There may be a shower or a thunderstorm. Sunday, a few widely scattered showers. Partly sunny and warm with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Fish On, announcing the WICC Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth. Now in its 43rd year. Fish Long Island Sound August 23rd and 24th. Land the heaviest blue and win $25,000. Fish to win and fish for fun. Just pick up a registration form at the Surfside Hotel in Stratford or go to bluefishtournament.com. Thanks to the Water Doctor and Bridgeport Harbor Marina, the Surfside Hotel in Stratford, Connecticut's favorite beach hotel. The beach is calling and you must go. TheSurfside.com.
The Connecticut Lottery reminds you that gambling can be a fun form of entertainment, but it's not risk-free, so it's important to play responsibly. Make sure you understand how the games work. Know the odds, set time limits, and take breaks. To find out more, visit ctlottery.org or responsibleplayct.org. Must be 18 or older to purchase lottery and 21 or older to place sports wagers. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
All right, just about done. No time to be fair with another phone call here. But again, you can always email me, Paul, P-A-U-L, Paul, at voiceofct.com, so you can do that. Or you can always text anytime, 24/7, 365. It is the same number that we use to chat, 203-333-9422-333 WICC. Hey, keep it here. We've got news, top of the hour, some great replays for you from earlier in the day. And then, of course, our buddy, our pal Eric Erickson coming up. And also more great stuff all weekend right here on WICC. Folks, the crazies are out there, especially on the roads. 2 hands on the wheel. Buckle up. Don't do anything dumb. Do not drink this weekend, please. Get an Uber, get a Lyft, or just curl up on somebody's lawn. That works well. Chris Williams, thank you.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Linda Kenyon. President Trump has filed another lawsuit, this one following a report in the Wall Street Journal that said Trump sent a sexually suggestive letter to Jeffrey Epstein on the convicted sex offender's 50th birthday. CBS's Scott MacFarlane fills us in.
The president has denied the report and said it was fake and said that he didn't write said letter. We do know this is going to be what they call a libel slander lawsuit, and there are 5 defendants. The owner of the Wall Street Journal, the Dow Jones Company, Rupert Murdoch, who, of course, famously also runs Fox News. It includes the Wall Street Journal, and it includes 2 journalists who were part of the operation, part of the investigation.
The Justice Department has officially asked a federal court to unseal grand jury transcripts in Jeffrey Epstein's case amid a firestorm over the Trump administration's handling of records. The president has been embroiled in controversy since the Justice Department last week announced that it would not be releasing any more evidence. President Trump has signed a bill that establishes regulations for a form of cryptocurrency called stablecoin.
This afternoon, we take a giant step to cement American dominance of global finance and crypto technology as we sign